di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Di usia ke-56 tahun ini, kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan
Check. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
All right. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning from Surabaya. Good evening to our colleagues in United States, in Germany, and also in Hungary. I'm really happy to welcome you here in the second international conference on cultural studies and applied linguistics. So this is formally known as the Social Sciences, Humanities, and Education Conference, hosted by Faculty of Languages and Arts and Faculty of Social Sciences and Law. I would like to thank you very much and welcome Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Bambang Yulianto, senior members and professors of the faculties, and also we had very distinguished speakers for this morning. I'd like to thank you very much and good evening there to our colleagues in Ohio, Professor Greg Kessler, PhD. Thank you very much, Professor, for joining us for these sessions. So Professor Greg Kessler is chair of the Department of Innovative Learning and Design Technology, Ohio University, United States. And also would like to thank you very much and welcome to our colleagues, Dr. Lydia Given, Department of Asian Arts History, University of Bonn, German. And also would like to thank you and terima kasih Ibu Johnny Hill from University of Zagat, Young, Hungary. And I would like to thank you, Matur Suwun, Bapak Professor Dr. Setiawan, PhD, Professor in Linguistics, the English Department, State University of Surabaya. Thank you very much for the keynote speakers and senior members, committee, and participants of the conference. So this morning, we are attending the second edition of this conference with the theme of critical issues in languages, arts, and social sciences, pride, legacy, and modernity. It's quite very interesting topics. We hope that this conference provides a space for researchers, artists, educators, practitioners from Indonesia and the surrounding countries to share their insights for the present and also ongoing research related to the cultural studies and applied linguistics. So this conference will feature both online and you'd like to be able to access the online session to our YouTube channel at the UNESA YouTube channel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still in the global pandemic of COVID-19, so we hope that the pandemic will be over soon. So we miss our classes. We are learning on coming back to the theater and exhibition hall to see some art performance. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite you to open the conference by listening solemnly the national anthem of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Indonesia.
Di sana aku berdiri, jadi pandu
Thank you very much, professors, faculty members, participants, and ladies and gentlemen. Currently, so we have accepted and reviewed several papers to be presented in this conference, and also would like to publish the selected papers in reputable publications. So we have our friends from Indonesia and also some other countries around Indonesia. So our detailed information about today's conference would like to invite the chair of the conference, Dr. Lina Purwaning Hartanti. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Ibu Lina. Ibu Lina, please.
Okay, thank you, Pak Sueb. Good morning, everyone. Dear speakers, guests, presenters, and participants, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you to the second International Conference on Cultural Studies and Applied Linguistics, hosted by Universitas Negeri Surabaya. In this opportunity, I would like to thank the Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Vice Rectors, Heads of Bureaus, Deans and Vice Deans, committees, keynote speakers, invited speakers, presenters, and participants for their dedication and support in making this conference possible. The theme for this topic for this year is critical issues in languages, arts, and social sciences, pride, legacy, and modernity. This conference is expected to serve as an academic forum where researchers and academians of various disciplines could share their work and also interact and build network with the purpose to produce more multidisciplinary scientific works. Additionally, this conference is also meant to facilitate the improvement of researchers' and lecturers' scientific publications. Formerly known as the Social Science, Humanities and Education Conference, or SOSHEC, I do believe that in the future, this conference would be able to grow even more into one prestigious annual conference. As a matter of fact, we are looking forward to collaborating with prestigious scientific journals in the field of cultural studies and applied linguistics as platforms for our publication. Lastly, I do hope that this conference would be a great forum to support the emergence of new researchers and academicians within the fields of study that it concerns. Thank you. Happy conferencing, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ibu Lina, for the opening. I'd like to proceed to the remarks from the Rector of the State University of Surabaya. For this opportunity, we'll be watching the record of the speech addressed by the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Professor Bambang Yulianto. Please, the operator.
Thank you very much. I'm Bambang Yulianto. I'm a Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of UNESA. Let me read the opening remarks of Rector of UNESA. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Semoga sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning from Indonesia. The honorable speakers, professors, delegates, artists, and participants. Welcome you all to the second International Conference on Cultural Studies and Applied Linguistics. This conference was formerly known as the Social Sciences, Humanities, and Educational Conference, hosted by Faculty of Languages and Arts and Faculty of Social Sciences and Law. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to express my gratitude to all the keynote speakers for their willingness to join with us today to share their knowledge and experience in a variety of expertise in the area of cultural studies and applied linguistics. I believe that your presentation today and your other publication give significant contribution for all the audience of the conference. In this special occasion, I would like to welcome the distinguished speakers, Professor Craig Kessler, PhD, Dr. Lydia Keevan, Dr. Johnny Hale, Professor Slamet Setiawan, PhD. Delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, currently our university has been committed to strategic sectors, namely sport sciences, cultural studies and arts, and people with disability or education for special needs. With the theme of critical issues in languages, arts, and social sciences, pride, legacy, and modernity, today's conference is in line with one of the strategic sectors of the university. This conference provides opportunities for the scholars, artists, educators, and practitioners to share their insight and perspectives in the area of cultural studies, humanities, and language education, such as archiving local knowledge, cultural policy, and community, firm, media, and cultural transformation. We also talk about the transformative social practice and critical literacy, gender and religious identity, language and ideology, and language education. Ladies and gentlemen, we are among prominent teacher training and education institutes in Indonesia with some programs, including teacher professional development program. Besides that, our university is well known for its cultural studies, arts education, and language education. Recently, we lost a prominent figure of our university and also in Indonesia literature, Professor Dr. Budi Darmo, MA, an educator, a writer, a critic, and a humanist. He has shared insight and legacy with us through his writings. Professor Budi Dharma is one of figures that we can learn from. The history of city of Surabaya, where our university is located, cannot be separated from great artists and activism with the spirit of heroism. We want to preserve their legacy in the midst of modernity, in the area of economic-driven and pragmatic life. We want to bring back the culture, art, and literature to our community through education, cultural forum, and strategic policies. In this opportunity, on behalf of the Rector of UNESA, I would like to extend my gratitude to our parties to host the conference today. First, Organizing Committee, Dr. Lina Purwaning Hartati and team, thank you for preserving the legacy through the conference. Second, Center for Artificial Intelligence and Scientific Publication of UNESA, Dr. Elimatu Imah and her team, for their commitment to manage all the conferences and other scientific forums at UNESA. The third, faculty member of Faculty of Languages and Art, Dr. Trisakti and other professors and faculty members. And also faculty member from Faculty of Social Sciences and Law. Professors, artists, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Rector of UNESA, I would like to officially open today's conference on education and innovation with the name of God. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We do hope the conference gives positive contribution to culture and ideology, and also the transformative social practice and lead of literacy and language education. For all professors, teachers, artists, and participants, happy conferencing and good luck. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rector Professor Nur Hasan.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you for the rector of State University of Surabaya for the inspiring speech in this morning. So ladies and gentlemen, so we come up to one of the most favorite sessions in this conference, photo sessions. I would like to invite you to turn on your video for the next 30 seconds. We're going to have photo sessions. Don't forget the operator and the committee will take our pictures randomly and simultaneously. So don't forget to put your biggest smiles for about 30 seconds. So please, the operators, please, we are waiting for the biggest smile from the participants this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn on your video for the next 30 seconds. So, okay. All right, we can see some bigger smiles from the participants. Thank you very much. So I agree with the rector that actually we are now living in a very pragmatic and economic driven community. So we want to bring back the legacy of the arts and cultural studies at the university. So that's why, so this is our commitment of UNESA to bring back the cultural studies and arts through the conference, the educations at the university. So UNESA is now conducting some international conferences, of course. I'd like to mention today we have 3 international conferences, and also we have international conference on vocational education and engineering, and also we have international conference on education and innovations hosted by Faculty of Education. Okay, thank you very much for your smiles. Thank you, operator, for the pictures. I hope that we can see your pictures later on to our websites and other social media platforms of the committee. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to proceed to the plenary session. So thank you for your participation during the opening ceremony. And of course, this conference, we have 2 plenary sessions and 1 parallel sessions. The first plenary sessions, it's about to get started, while the second plenary session will be started after the break this afternoon. We are going to start the plenary session in a second, while the committees are preparing some stuff. Okay, so we can see the moderators and speakers already joining us this morning. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start to the plenary sessions. So in the first plenary session, we are delighted to have 2 speakers and also a very familiar moderator with us this morning. So we have the first speaker, Professor Greg Kessler, and also Professor Slamet Setiawan. So ladies and gentlemen, for this plenary session, our colleagues, Ibu Pratiwi Retnaningtia, Head of English Department, and also the lecturer in the area of English Literature and Social Studies, will be serving as the moderator. Good morning, Ibu Tiwi.
Good morning, Pak Sueb. How are you? Good morning.
I'm really good. Really, it's weekend, Ibu. Almost forget.
Yeah, as always. Yeah, let's stay productive.
Yeah. So, but it's great to see you again. So even though it's a virtual conference, I hope that's everything going well. So, Bu Tiwi, are you ready for the plenary sessions?
Yep.
All right. So I'll give the screen to you, Bu Tiwi.
Yep. Thank you very much, Pak Sueb, for handing over the screen. So I'll take over from here. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I'd like to welcome you all to the second International Conference on Cultural Studies and Applied Linguistics, hosted by Universitas Negeri Surabaya. And this year's theme is Critical Issues in Languages, Arts, and Social Sciences, Pride, Legacy, and Modernity. So we could expect to have wonderful sessions, both in the plenary and also parallel sessions. My name is Pratiwi Retnaningtya, and I will serve as the moderator for the first plenary session. So joining us are two distinguished professors as our keynote speakers, Professor Greg Kessler of Ohio University, USA, and Professor Slamet Setiawan, PhD of Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Good morning, Professor Kessler.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. So are you at Athens now?
Yes.
Yeah. So what time is it there in Athens?
It's 9:30 p.m.
It's 9:30. Yeah, it's quite late. So thank you very much for staying with us. And Pak Slamet, you must be in Jombang right now. Hello.
Yep, of course. Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. So ladies and gentlemen, the plenary session will be arranged this way. We're going to have the first presentation to be delivered by Professor Kessler for 30 minutes, and then followed by a 20-minute Q&A session. And then we will proceed with the second presentation by Professor Slamet Setiawan. And the time allotment will also be the same, 30 minutes for the presentation, and then 20 minutes for the Q&A session. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to introduce the first keynote speaker, Professor Greg Kessler of Ohio University. He is Department Chair of Educational Studies and also a Professor of Innovative Learning Design and Technology. He is also the founding editor of the Calico Equinox book series, Advances in Call, Practice, and Research, and the Language Teaching and Technology Forum in the journal Language Learning and Technology. He has published extensively and delivered keynote speeches and feature talks around the world, and his research interests are mainly focusing on technology, teaching, learning, culture, and language, with an emphasis on teacher preparation. So this is quite a variety of expertise. I'm really looking forward to hearing what we will get from Professor Kessler. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I think we'll just hand over the screen to Professor Kessler. Please welcome Professor Greg Kessler. Over to you, Greg.
All right. Selamat pagi. Thank you. Terima kasih. I'm so glad to be here. I really wish I could be in Surabaya. I was in Surabaya in 2018 and I had such a great time, and I've only seen some of it. I need to see the rest. So maybe next time. Yes. That would be fantastic. Inshallah. So I have a variety of things that I'm going to be talking about. We have been experiencing many different dramatic changes. I think even enough that we can call it a paradigm shift in language education because of technological changes and pedagogical practices that accompany those. And so there are many different things happening, many ways to think about these things. I'm going to focus on some of the ones that I think are most interesting and maybe most beneficial for language teachers. And so there are many other possibilities that I could include. I could talk all week about this, but I'm going to give you some things that I think are most interesting. So we'll get started with that. And hopefully you're all seeing my PowerPoint now. And I am going to be talking about innovations in technology, pedagogy, and language learning. And with an overview, we have these changing times, partly because of COVID, but these things were already happening anyway. I've been talking about changes and kind of looking toward the future of language education for many years. And a lot of the things that we've done to respond to the crisis that we're experiencing are also more effective in normal times as well. So I'll be sharing some ideas about that. And some of them are just kind of reconceptualizing how we think about education, how we think about language learning, rethinking instruction so that we change our focus. Perhaps we think about different ways of measuring effectiveness. We strive for authenticity, and we think about the instructional potential of a variety of different ways of doing things. I'm very interested in teachers creating compelling and engaging experiences that allow us to maintain connections with each other, which we've all learned we can do when we're not in the same room. It's still possible. We can harness our cognitive surplus. So that's the part of our brains that we're not dedicating to our own survival, but can use for creative purposes and for learning and for other things, promoting participatory culture, and again, striving for authenticity. So some examples I'm going to walk you through include a variety of social media engagement. I know social media is very popular in Indonesia, probably more than any other country I've ever been to. And so I think there are a lot of ways that social media can be used to promote language learning. In particular, people begin to get engaged in using language in these informal contexts in ways that they never do in formal learning. We'll look at a variety of mashups, some fan culture, some examples of gaming, gamification, digital stories, some virtual tourism, augmented reality, mapping and data aggregators, some community engagement, and some of these things can also be used for social justice. But I want to begin by taking a step back and looking at some learning environments that I think are very conducive to engaging, authentic, collaborative learning. And they all look a little bit different. They're very unique from one another. And I want you to think about how these can also be indicative of how different technology enhanced environments can be different. We have this idea, I think, with online learning as if it all takes place in one way and it all looks the same. But some people have an idea that all face-to-face learning is that way too. But I think we know this can be done in hundreds, if not thousands of different ways. So this is one space I really like, all the openness, all the boards for people to share their ideas with each other. This is a very similar kind of experience, but it looks very different. It has different people, but they're engaged with each other. Here's another one, also quite different, but maybe accomplishing very similar tasks. And yet another, and you can see these are different layouts that accomplish different things, but it requires that we think beyond this. And I think, unfortunately, this is the norm. This photo is probably 100 years old.
Recording in progress.
And unfortunately, it's still something that I see that's indicative of education around the world, everywhere that I go. And the only difference is when we put computers in the room, sometimes it looks like this. This looks just like that last picture to me. And people are still sitting in rows. They're focused on that computer. They're not interacting with each other. They're not engaged with each other. I don't think this is really a great accomplishment. This looks like a space that I would promote for technology enhanced learning. And you see, this is an active learning space. So you have the instructor. You might not realize the instructor is this guy in the middle of the room. He's not at the front of the room. He's not the center of attention. The center of attention is the topic and the content that the students are engaging with in small groups and then in larger groups. And they each have their own devices. They have small screens for their small groups to share. And then they also have large screens where they can share everything with the entire class. And you can see this is a really large class. A lot of times people will say we can't do these kind of interactive, engaging, collaborative things when we have too many students. So that's why I really like this example. But I'm really excited about the potential for social media. And this is just a reference to some of the research that's been done that social media promotes extensive writing and including an increased amount of time writing and increased amount of writing. A lot of educators today say that students don't write. They don't know how to write. They don't write like they once did. But they may not necessarily do that for formal language learning activities, but they're doing it in social media, and they're doing it in many different languages. So I think we can embrace them and meet them where they're already engaging with each other, and use these kind of platforms. And I think we can even do these without everybody having technology. Everything I'm suggesting can be done on paper. You can do something that looks just like what you would do in a social media platform, but do it face-to-face on paper if you don't have the technology for everyone, or maybe you have limited technology. Social media use promotes authentic contexts and tasks and authentic language. There's just a lot of opportunity for practice and feedback, which we all know is really critical for language development. Social and new media are ubiquitous in our lives today. And like I said, I know in Indonesia, that's very true. And the artifacts of social and new media are rich and compelling. And some of what I'm really interested in is these artifacts. The digital realia, or the digital remnants left over from our interactions with each other online, are interesting topics in themselves for us to discuss, use as writing prompts, a variety of things, just as examples of how humans are interacting with each other these days. And so as part of that, these are some of those examples. This is data that is collected every year. This is from this January 2021, and it shows that the number of people using social media and using the internet is at 56.4%, and people using mobile phones is 66.6%. So you know this is common. I don't have to tell you this, because you know that anyway, because you all use these things and you see everybody else around you is using them as well. But I've got a few of these slides that show the global internet use is rising dramatically, and the amount of time that people spend every day is increasing, and the global digital growth is increasing every year. Of course, these are the platforms I'm talking about. These are some of the most popular ones. I'm sure that you've seen these all. Some interesting examples of the digital realia, or these remnants of social media, these artifacts, which you might find to be a strange word to use for something that might be 10 minutes old or a year old. It's not 5,000 years old, but it's an artifact. It's a remnant of human cultural interaction. I think this example in itself is something that's really compelling and interesting to have students talk about. What does it mean when you live in a world where in 1 minute in this year, 1.4 million people are scrolling through Facebook? 1.4 million. That 695,000 Instagram stories are shared in 1 minute around the world. That says an awful lot about who we are and what we're doing. And I think that itself will really get a lot of students interested in sharing their thoughts about what this means, about their own usage, about other people that they know that use these things. But I'm also excited about some things that are a little more kind of conventional and closer to traditional language activities. So this is an example of a telecollaborative exchange that I've been involved with between students here in the United States studying Japanese and students in Japan studying English. And we have paired students up, and they're using Google Maps and a number of different Google tools, Google Earth, and they will document their day by taking pictures, taking video of them walking through their day and sharing that with a partner on the other side of the world. So it's kind of like a pen pal or a key pal project, but it's enhanced by these maps, so you can see where they are. You can see this picture on the bottom is a photo of a student's apartment. It's right outside the front door of a student's apartment in Tokyo. And so you really get a feeling for the life of the other person. And I think it's a really interesting way to bring yourself, to transform yourself, transport yourself to another part of the world. And that's actually something I'm going to be talking about quite a bit, because I'm really excited about the ability to be able to immerse ourselves in the target culture in a variety of different ways. And some of that can be done with natural language processing and automated linguistic analysis, some translation tools, automated speech, and some automated writing, as well as bots. Google Translate, everybody knows Google Translate is a translation tool that allows you to take your phone, point it at the world, and automatically get some instant translation. It works better and better every day. In fact, by the time that I'm done with this talk, it will work better than it did when I began this talk. It's always better. But you might not realize Google Translate is not just a tool for people to do that translation. It is a community of people who are interested in translation and language learning and studying language and sharing their love of language with each other. So this is even a place where people can congregate on the internet to share their interest in language. So far beyond just simply being one little app. There are some artificial intelligence tools like this is Parla. This is one that allows you to program your own bot for students to engage in text chat where they get automatic responses from the bot. They don't have to wait for a human. So you can see how this works. And I think it's great. I think, of course, the best feedback the students are ever going to get is from a talented teacher. But I think it's also good to get some automated feedback as well, because additional feedback can never hurt. These kind of bots can be easily created by instructors. I teach my students, I teach a class every year where I teach students how to create bots like this, primarily for devices like this, which is the Google Home or the Amazon Echo, the Alexa, which, you know, is some call it a smart speaker. It's an artificial intelligence listening and speaking device that allows you to interact with the internet just with your voice, which, as far as I'm concerned, is something that we've wanted for decades in the language, in the technology and language education world. And so you can create your own customized apps for this that focus on the topics that your students are studying, and lets them interact by just speaking and listening. This is another tool that allows them to do that. And by the way, I'm going to share a link to this slideshow at the end of the talk, so you can all download it. So, but I think this is being recorded also, so that's very good. A lot of you are probably familiar with Grammarly. This is an artificial intelligence writing tutor. I really love Grammarly. It doesn't just correct your mistakes, it gives you advice. It follows and tracks your writing and helps you write better, helps you write more diverse sentences, using more diverse vocabulary, gives great feedback. One of my mentors was Dana Ferris. She's one of the world experts in second language writing. And she told me she uses Grammarly for everything that she writes. So I feel no shame in promoting Grammarly at all. There are other tools like this. This is the Moodle Essay Auto Grader, which was created by Gordon Bateson. He's the gentleman here, teaches in Japan, but he's British. And this works with Moodle, which I think is still very popular in Indonesia. And this allows you to create your own customized automatic evaluation within Moodle that allows you to require specific words to be used, specific lengths of sentences, specific lengths of paragraphs, lengths of entire essays. And students get a grade report based on your requirements as an instructor. So it's not coming pre-packaged from a publisher or something like that. The decisions are made by the instructor. And that's the way I think these things should be. We do some online tutoring. So again, this is a different format for instruction using Google. So using Google Documents and also video within Google, so that there's a tutor here and a student. They're able to share the document, put notes on the document while they're also speaking to each other and talking about the essay. The entire experience is recorded, so when the student leaves, they can refer back to this instead of having to leave everything to memory, which is typically what happens in a face-to-face tutoring session. So I think this is a great enhancement. But this is the part that I'm so excited about. This is my favorite part, is this idea of virtual shared space. And we have a variety of things. We can have shared physical instructional space, shared online instructional space, authentic virtual space, simulated virtual space, artificial virtual space, game spaces, and other spaces. So one of these is a game platform. So this is a game that is designed for playing on mobile devices. And it is designed for teachers to be able to create their own games. In fact, children make games for each other in grades as early as first grade, which is, 6 years old, 7 years old in the United States. So this is an environment that is building a game that takes place in a location. So this is one example that my students have done for a local elementary school. And they have a science lab that is it's just a forest area behind the school. And they turned the entire area into an interactive game space. So the students get within a certain distance of a tree, and then they receive a notice on the phone that asks them to answer a question. They're designed so they have to communicate with each other in order to answer that, and then they get another clue, and then they move through the forest. So it's a location-based game that gets students engaging with each other. In this case, they're all using English, but in any situation, they could use whatever language you want them to use.
My name is Lance Teesling.
And this is
I'm in middle
I'm
school
very
in
excited
Eagle
about.
Grove, Iowa. Eagle Grove is not a very tall place. It's actually very flat. This is the tallest building on Main Street. It is about 50 feet tall. When I grew up, I want to be an architect and design skyscrapers. Yesterday at school, we were on a class trip, but this was not a normal trip with buses. This was something very different. The very first expedition we went on was to the Burj Khalifa.
Go ahead and grab 2 hands and put them up to your face.
So tall.
Here, we're gonna go to the 153rd floor.
So that's very exciting. That is Google Expeditions. If you've ever tried virtual reality goggles, you probably have had the experience where it feels like you're all alone and you're isolated. But Google Expeditions opened that up so that now we can use these things and we can use them as a group. So we can visit a space that is in the target culture and go walk through that space as a group together. And anybody in the group can be designated as a guide. So they're leading the others through that space. So that's really exciting. I don't really have time for all of these examples, but like I said, I will share the PowerPoint so you can look at some of these. But Google Earth, of course, has a number of other spaces that you can go visit and you can interact with. There are things like this. This is ancient Rome that has been reconstructed entirely inside of Minecraft, which is a game that a lot of education has been designed within. So there are 3D immersive experiences all over the internet that allow you to immerse yourself with only having a computer. You don't need the goggles. The Google Expedition goggles, by the way, are very cheap. You can buy them for as low as $2 each. So that's it's not like the $500 expensive goggles, but I think you can also do this simply with a computer or even a phone. You can find yourself in this environment where you are immersed within that space. So I showed you can go to different cultural areas, but you can also go under the sea. And in this, you can go with David Attenborough into the Great Barrier Reef. You can swim with sharks. Or you can see some examples that I've done simply by using Zoom. I recorded these things simply by putting different backgrounds behind me and recording a video. And so you can do this for a class meeting that takes place in Zoom, or you can even just do this, share it with students, have them create their own things like this and interact with each other. I think it's a kelp forest.
I could be on Mars. I could be in front of the building where I teach, hanging out with Bernie. I could be in Minecraft, traveling through the city of Los Angeles. I could be in a classroom with a group of children. I could be wandering through virtual Pompeii.
So these ones that you see where there's actually this movement behind me, these are these virtual immersive spaces. So I could record a video in anywhere within this. I mean, ancient Pompeii, for example, I was in Pompeii in 2018, and it's incredible. It's so overwhelming, and to be able to go there virtually and revisit the places. But I could make little videos there, and then I could tell students to navigate and find a space, and then make their own video describing something around them and explaining something about it. But this can be done in so many different places in the world.
I could.
So yeah, this is the example from Mars. So this is actually was done by the Pathfinder. You can explore Mars in 3 dimensions. You can go to the Louvre. You can go to the British Museum. So you can see the Red Sea, and you can explore a shipwreck. There's no limit to the number of things. And during the pandemic, a lot more of these came online and became free when they had been behind a paywall before, because people needed access to educational materials when they didn't have access to those things. Google has these other collections of things like jazz clubs around the world. And then, so this idea that you can go into this space and explore can be taken to other levels as well. If you happen to be teaching something like anatomy, or you're using anatomy as a means of teaching English, or you're somehow combining those two, you can explore and dissect the human body virtually as well. We have so much more awareness of design principles. So there's a lot of badly designed stuff in the world, and we know that. And I use this example. This is the first QWERTY keyboard, you know, the QWERTY along the top row of the keys. This was designed in 1868. This was designed to slow down your typing so the keys inside the typewriter didn't get stuck together. And because design is so important, we're still using the same design today, even though this keyboard that I have has no keys to get stuck together. But we don't have a better keyboard yet, but we're working on it. In fact, you'll notice, I don't know how much you encounter this in Indonesia, but like Netflix, for example, has a keyboard that goes A, B, C, D, E, F, G. There are other ways of laying out keyboards that might work better for people, and we're doing that. There's some principles for equitable instructional design, basically to make everything easier for everyone. A lot of them were originally designed for people with physical challenges, with disabilities. But we found that they actually make life better for everyone. And I'm gonna finish by talking about the Internet of Things. So, well, in the Internet of Things school, everything is connected to the internet, like everything today is connected to electricity. And so you might have a variety of digital assistants or projectors and screens, cameras and systems that record lectures, learning management systems, sensors and chips. And this is something that people are beginning to call the Internet of Everything. I was on a campus in British Columbia, Vancouver, Canada. I guess it was 2018. And I had a water bottle, a plastic water bottle, and I went to throw it away, and I threw it in a trash can, and it had a chip inside the bottle, and it said, "No, please put in the recycling." That's an example of what this kind of stuff is doing, but it has so much potential inside of the classroom. And I think what it does is it puts more control into the hands of the teacher. I always think that the teacher needs to be the one making decisions about how to use these things. And the more powerful that these tools and resources become, the more responsibility teachers have to know what the possibilities are. And this is kind of what an Internet of Things school looks like. So you don't have to take attendance, because when the student enters the room, attendance is automatically taken. I'm amazed sometimes when I visit some classrooms how long it takes to take attendance. And people are, coming in constantly, and then some instructors will stop everything and just take the book out and write down again. So it interrupts everything. So even that's just so simple. you're able to take notes on just about any surface. So you could just be using a smart stylus and writing on a table, and those notes can then be saved into the cloud, into the web, where everybody can get access to them. So there are just so many different things. It's using the augmented and virtual reality, like the examples I've shown you already. And all of this leads to this idealized world of individualized learning, where every learner is getting what is most appropriate and most salient and most useful for that learner at that moment in time. And so by using these tools to collect data about how learners are learning, what they're able to do, what they're not able to do, we can deliver content adaptively, we can pace it more appropriately, we can assess them more effectively. In fact, we can assess them in a way where we don't stop teaching them, we just use their performance to engage in ongoing assessment instead of stopping and giving a test, which as soon as I get to see that, I will have seen the most exciting part of my career. The individualized learning looks like this. Everybody goes through a different pathway slightly, but they all end up at the same place ultimately. Some might take longer, some might take less time. I mean, we see this happen already. We do very little to help it. And I think if we intentionally do design instruction this way, it can be much more effective. And so all of this leads me to this last reflection. This is from something I wrote recently, that teachers need to be able to design experiences that integrate the richness of this data in ways that students find, our videos over this, find to be relevant. They need to be able to experience learning within these contexts themselves in order to develop an empathy for the experience of their students. Most of all, they need to be prepared to understand, evaluate, and integrate future iterations of technology that will emerge throughout their careers. Because I think, as you can see, we're going to have so many new opportunities emerging. If you're a new teacher, you're going to see so many things throughout your career. And like I said, there's the link to the PowerPoint and a number of additional resources that should be helpful. And I can see I am exactly 1 minute under my 30-minute slot. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Greg. Wow, this is just amazing. As a teacher educator, I've been in love with the use of technology, and although I don't really teach teachers how to use technology, this is basically for my own purposes. But I also understand that of all the opportunities that are available out there, we know that there are still some concerns that English teachers have. For a number of reasons, of course. For example, maybe technology is not yet available. Maybe it's because of the internet connection. So, Pak Greg, if I may call you, since you've been to Indonesia so many times, I'd like to call you Pak Greg. So, Pak Greg, here we have 3 questions that may address the same concern. There's a question from Ibu Petaria. And she's asking about the use of Grammarly and also alike. So she's asking whether these apps may have potential to replace teachers or even eliminate English as a subject matter at school or even at university with the features that are available in Grammarly app. And also a question from Pak Himawan, similar concern with the emergence of artificial intelligence. In this case, Grammarly is also included, we know. So with the emergence of artificial intelligence in language teaching, do you think AI can also serve as a threat for the existence of English teachers in particular? Also, another question from Bayukanta. So he's addressing the role of youth and also the engagement of youth in social media, in media production. But he has concerns whether teachers in Indonesia, English teachers in this case, are already familiar with how to integrate pop culture and media in the classroom, because there is this fear that it may give a negative impact. So you may want to give suggestions what teachers of English could do to be more open to other disciplines so that students' experiences could be richer. Yes, Greg.
Okay, so I wrote down some notes while you were saying all those because that was a long list. So and of course, please call me Pak, Ibu.
Thank you, Pak.
I'll start with the concern about technology.
Okay.
Because this is one that I've heard. Oh gosh, I don't even know. I mean, I've been teaching for 32 years, and I think I've heard it for at least 30 years. So, I really don't have any concern about this. I mean, I have concerns that teachers are not familiar enough with the technology that is available that can really be beneficial for their work. And I think if a teacher could be replaced by something like Grammarly or an AI, then maybe that teacher should be replaced.
Okay.
You understand me?
Yeah. I
Because
got
I
the point.
don't think these things do nearly what teachers are capable of doing. Teachers bring so much creativity, so much knowledge, so much, so many specialized abilities to the classroom and to the learning experience that I think it's just that teachers who are not aware of these resources are seriously lacking and missing out on many benefits. Now, that doesn't mean that that technology needs to drive every lesson or needs to be used all the time. I think it needs to be used when it's appropriate, when it's effective, when it's going to powerfully transform learning. I think a lot of it's quite possible that even those who are real big fans of technology choose not to use it very often. In fact, some of the research that I've done has looked at teachers who overuse technology, who use too many different kinds of technology, and then it confuses students. It's problematic. It doesn't make sense. They don't use it for the intended purpose necessarily, but just because they like it. They found something new and they want to use it. And so if that's the case, I'm not in favor of it. So yeah, I'm not worried about that, the replacing teachers. The lack of technology, I think that's a legitimate problem. The perhaps poor internet access, perhaps not enough technology devices, whatever that may be, for all of the students. But like I said at the beginning, I think, well, first of all, I know internet access is improving everywhere all the time. And so hopefully, and I think because of the pandemic, in fact, a lot of improvements have happened even more rapidly than before because we're so desperately reliant on it for education now. So I think that's a silver lining from the pandemic that I've seen. But I also think a lot of these things, you don't have to be on the internet. So like when I was talking about these, the artifacts of social media use, those are perhaps still images from interactions that have taken place between people that can be brought into the classroom as a printed picture and discussed, or maybe just displayed on the screen in front of the room, and nobody else has a computer in the room. But you can talk about that picture. What does that picture mean? Just like if using these virtual reality or 3D immersive spaces, a teacher could do that and be navigating through a space and have the students talking about that space. What do you see here? What could you do here? What's happened here? What's going to happen? You know, I mean, just so part of why I'm not concerned about the security of teachers is because I think language teachers are some of the most creative people I've ever known.
I agree.
And I love that. That's one of my favorite things about language teachers. And so a lot of my work is always focused on kind of harnessing that creativity and finding ways to kind of encourage that even more. So I mean, it shouldn't be a surprise after you've seen what I talk about. But so yeah, so I'm not worried about that. But I think you can do so many of the things that I'm talking about without having all the technology. Now, if you have the technology, you can maybe do it more elaborately. You can do it more extensively. But I think it's quite possible. There are many things I didn't talk about. One of my favorite things for low-level students is to create memes. You know, a meme is just a simple picture and some language. Maybe it's one word and one picture. So students could maybe gather things from their own lives. They take pictures in their own neighborhood, or you find a picture for them, you give it to them, you give them some vocabulary, they put them together and they have to explain what it means. Or they just present it to their classmates, and their classmates have to explain what they think they mean. And then they can negotiate. Well, no, that's not what I meant. How do you understand? What is that? And so they can have this whole conversation around the simple construction of a meme, which could be done on paper. It doesn't have to be done on a computer. So many of these, I think that the possibility is there because they know that it's happening in social media. They're familiar with what memes are, right? They're familiar with other kinds of mashups. So I think you can take that familiarity without having to embrace and having to require the technology. It's mimicking what they know from that world and bringing that in. Now, I didn't even talk about pop culture. I usually would. If I had an hour instead of 30 minutes, I would have talked about pop culture.
Yes. Yeah. We did another session then.
Yeah. So, because I think that's a really powerful way to reach youth. And yeah, it can be risky, I guess, to some extent. I mean, I think if you use Indonesian pop culture, not American pop culture, it's going to be a lot safer. And I think there are certainly celebrities in Indonesia who all of the students would be familiar with or would like. There are popular culture trends around the world, fandoms. Perhaps they're fans of Harry Potter or Star Wars or who knows what. But I think the thing about that is we may not be familiar with what they're familiar with. And we may not, it's likely we don't have the same interests. And sometimes teachers try to bring in their own pop culture instead of the pop culture that appeals to the students. I'm sorry, you should be doing the stuff that appeals to the students. I know my children, their teachers will bring in like Beatles songs to play for them, and they think they're connecting with them, and they don't know what that is, right? They're not familiar with that. It's, it's 60 years old. So, but yeah, I think I think all of that is, I think I've addressed all those questions, yeah?
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Greg. Yes, I'd like to highlight several points that you mentioned. So basically, of course, technology is there not to be afraid of, because teachers should have the potential to, to use his or her knowledge to be more creative. I think what you said is actually a very strong warning. Yeah, if teachers are not, they do not want to welcome the use of technology, then maybe the teachers need to be replaced. Yeah, that's quite strong, but it's so true. But we also understand that in terms of using technology, there is this continuum. It doesn't have, the use of technology doesn't have to be high tech. Yeah, in places that may not have a strong internet access, we could still make use of technology. Yeah, a low tech classroom would still be possible. The most important thing is, for teachers to be creative. Now, talking about creativity, I think we have another question here, Pak Greg. I think this question is now a bit more practical. How can we create individual learning that can encourage students to be more independent and also creative learners? Although sometimes I'm also tempted to also answer this question. Well, the teachers have to be creative also. But what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I do think, like I said, I mean, language teachers who don't quit very quickly in their careers are creative. I think the ones who quit, one of the big challenges is the dependence on creativity. And, I don't think it gets talked about a lot. I don't think it's part of the, teacher preparation programs. Frankly, I think it should be. But yeah, how do you encourage students I mean, I think, you know, I know there's been a big focus in Indonesia on teaching soft skills, right?
That's right. Yeah.
And I think
We usually use the term the 21st century skills. That's one of the trends.
And I mean, I think the only way you can demonstrate those abilities is by demonstrating some independence, is by being creative, is by being a little brave, taking risks, you know, really, I mean, there's a lot of research about language learning that if you are not willing to take chances with the language, to experiment with the language, then your language abilities are probably going to plateau pretty low. So I think that whole idea that you need to be willing to take some risks, be willing to try different things, but then, you know, I mean, I think you suggested it. Maybe the creative teacher inspires the creative student.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. But Greg, this actually got me thinking, and I'd like to just follow up on this question. Sometimes, you know, teachers already understand that technology is there to be used, and they can use this as a means to make the classroom practices richer. But then the next question would be how. So in this case, in terms of strategies, I understand that, at least to myself, I keep telling myself before I ask my students to use technology or to do, you know, some activities, I would have to give a model first. I would be, there should be modeling and also direct or explicit instruction. So I think these are the two things that teachers may not be aware of: the importance of modeling and also explicit instruction, how to, you know, how to follow the steps. But what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I think that may be true in some cases, but maybe not always. I think a lot of times students are familiar with technology that teachers are not. So maybe I think there could be lessons that are focused on allowing students to bring in their knowledge and share that. I mean, that's also part of how you get them empowered, right? And how you encourage their creativity is letting them have some ownership, letting them have some autonomy, some control over their own learning. So I think that's one way of thinking about it. Yeah, but I guess part of the other way that I think about it, it's like very big picture, is that I think technology has become so ubiquitous in our lives that sometimes we don't even know it's there. It's just everywhere. It's just part of what we interact with it all the time. So I think quite often we're using technology in interesting ways and we're not even conscious of it. So I think when you think about that and think about the interest in integrating it into a classroom, you might want to, just reflect on what you do every day when you're outside of the classroom, because I think every teacher is familiar with using these things in their own private lives. And I mean, I've seen this, it's something else I've done research on. As soon as they walk into the classroom, it's like all of that stuff that they know everywhere else disappears. And I can never understand it. I mean, I understand there's some fear, there's some reluctance, there's maybe it's not embraced by the administration, maybe it's not part of the curriculum, maybe it's not part of the institutional culture. I know, I mean, I talk about these things all over the world, and there is a lot of enthusiasm in Indonesia, more than almost anywhere else. So I think there's something going on there that fits with the kind of things that I'm talking about. So I don't think the culture is against it. In fact, I think it's very appropriate for the culture. And I think even, the rectors, I think the administration embraces these things to a certain point. So I don't see that, but still, I can understand there's hesitance. Well, nobody wants to be the person doing everything different from everybody else, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Pak Greg, so just for your information, at UNESA, we have a Center for Artificial Intelligence, and we've had a number of workshops how to integrate AI to different disciplines. So as you said, everybody is enthusiastic about that, but probably for now, that is still at the stage of, okay, that's good, but we still have very blurred idea how to integrate that in the classroom practices. But your presentation really has opened up our mind that AI, which we often consider part of informatics technology, it can actually be included in English language teaching, the use of Grammarly. I also like the idea of space. So, Pak Greg, we still have about 4 minutes. Perhaps you could briefly inform us about the potentials of doing research in the area of space and language pedagogy, because I see that it really has a big potential, but I know that in Indonesia, it may not yet, it may have been developed widely. So perhaps your suggestion?
Yeah, well, there is a lot of potential because it's an area that's understudied. And yeah, and I mean, space, depending on what you mean by space, are we talking just about, you know, shared physical space, or is it shared
virtual space also? Yeah,
including virtual space, right? Yeah,
virtual space, that's included.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, right now, the two big areas I think for the future of research and language education is AI and virtual space. So, and the combination of the two is really where we're headed, so that you can be in a virtual environment and be interacting with the interface there, and the interface is giving you automated feedback. You know, now I have a fear, like the fear of teachers being replaced by technology. I might not get as many opportunities to travel, and I really like to travel. So, I mean, I could go to well, for example, I could go to a virtual Borobudur, right? And I could be walking. I mean, I could be in a 3-dimensional experience like that, and I could meet a tour guide. I could interact with other people there. I could walk around it. I could go through that entire same experience, watch the sunrise over the building, the whole thing. And that's got great potential for education. But it's not the same experience.
Yeah, oftentimes you just have to be there to really get the sensation.
Right.
All right, so thank you very much, Pak Greg. This has been wonderful, and I believe that the participants have also received very fruitful insights, and I'm hoping that after this, at least in our English department, we could consider doing new research in the area of space, technology, and also English language teaching. So once again, thank you very much, everyone. Please join me to give a round of applause for Pak Greg. Thank you very much. Pak Greg, you are welcome to stay. I know that it's already late there, but please feel free to stay with us for the second presentation. So I'm now proceeding to the second presentation with Professor Slamet Setiawan. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce, actually, he needs no introduction. Pak Slamet is a professor in linguistics at the English department, a colleague of mine, and also one of my best friends. I'm proud to say that it's great to be in one screen here, although we've been in one screen so many times, but this one is different. So everyone, Pak Slamet was born in Jombang and has been living in Jombang ever since, although he works in Surabaya, but he's been a commuter since he was a student at the undergrad. Pak Slamet earned his master's in linguistics in the University of Auckland on NZODA scholarship, and then his PhD is also in linguistics, earned at the University of Western Australia, sponsored by Dictee. And Pak Slamet has held a number of positions at UNESA. He's actually one of our most prominent figures, multi-talented. So Pak Slamet has been at the Language Center, both as secretary and also head of Language Center. He was our head of English department. He is still our
Recording in progress.
Language and how we could see the implications in language teaching. Without further ado, I'd like to hand over the screen to Pak Slamet. Over to you, Pak.
Thank you, Budewi, for introduction. I think there are some points that you exaggerate myself.
No, it's not exaggeration. Everybody knows. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Pak.
Thank you. I believe that I have already submitted my recorded presentation. And I'd like to
You might want to get forward probably before the committee plays the pre-recorded video.
Oh, yes, of course. A very interesting point from Pak Greg's presentation, because coincidentally, there is something that is a bit similar. That, told us about the great and the big technology and the advantages in English language teaching. And also, he said that Indonesia is probably the first country that has the great social media users comparing to other countries. And of course, Budewi, there are two sides of media social. It can be positive, like Pak Rex, presented, but at the same time, it can be social media actually has also probably, negative effect in terms of language maintenance.
Okay.
So that the same platform or the same topic can be seen from different angles. And I see, as a linguist, we'll see something that needs to be paid attention to all of our, let's say, Indonesian people towards language.
Okay.
Why? Because we will talk about the identity, we talk about social culture, we talk about many things about the value of our countries.
Okay.
Yeah.
A very nice bridge to your presentation. The committee, are we ready with the pre-recorded presentation, please? Okay.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my presentation session. And I would like to share with you the result of my study. But beforehand, I would like to share the screen. This is the topic that I have. When legacy meets modernity, is there any pride? Linguistic perspective. If you ask a question about my title, then you will see and you will get the meaning throughout this my presentation. So hopefully, by giving you this title, you will have some questions, and later you will have full understanding of what I mean by this title. There are some points. The first is introduction. The second one is literature review. Third is methods. Fourth is result and discussion. And finally, I'll give you a conclusion. Yeah. As we know that the language use is everywhere, but if you check in the social media, the language used by young people today is very mushrooming. You can check in the social media that there is now the emergence of a language. And the second point is the younger generation tend to use mixed up and made up language, and English is frequently employed. This is a kind of a movement that the language used by young generation are various, not only purely, for example, ethnic language or national language, but there are some languages that they use in social media, even mixed up language. Now, this phenomena will bring a kind of a big question. What happens then? This is the fact. If you write down a word, phrase, bahasa kaul, then it will be found 18,900,000 results. It is not a small number. It's really a big number, huge numbers related to bahasa kaul. Interestingly, when I opened one online newspapers, Sindo, for example, there is a very interesting title. It says, bahasa kaul bertebaran di medsos, bakal merusak bahasa Indonesia. So in English is, bahasa kaul is everywhere in medsos. Will it ruin bahasa Indonesia? So I downloaded it on Saturday, 19th of December, 2020. Yeah. This is the continuation of the news, Jakarta, that perkembangan zaman dan teknologi menghadirkan banyak perubahan baru, termasuk dalam ragam bahasa. So as the time goes along, and also the advancements of technology, there are a lot of changes, including a language. Like what I said before, that there is an emergence of a new language, what so-called here is a bahasa kaul, or slang, or prokem. Or in English, it is called colloquial. In fact, that the spread of this new language of bahasa kaul here is very fast because of the social media. And mostly the users or the inventor or the creators are young generation. We can check in several platforms like Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. There are some examples like bengek, bobrok. Those are words actually from Javanese language. But future, it's a question where this word is from. Ghosting is definitely English, but future is different. Jung is Korean, and then there is a kind of a short form or acronym, for example, GBGB or JBJB. If I'm not mistaken, this stands for join bareng, ngati-ngati. Si sefruit, related anjir, tupir, akhlakless. Very interesting phenomena. If I have already checked some of these words, and then I asked also to my students, I challenge them, please then give me bahasa kaul examples. All of them, I mostly do not understand the meaning. What I know is only akhlakless, because there is an akhlak and then less means is absence. So that is the only thing that I understand the expression, the bahasa kaul nowadays. If we look at the bahasa kaul in the context, there are some points that I have found. For example, spill the tea dong. Spill the tea dong. And I asked somebody, and also I read the the meaning of this is actually asking somebody of somebody's secret. For example, there are two persons and then talking about something, and then come somebody ask spill the tea. Please jangan salty ya. I'm sorry, I didn't understand this one. And then dasar bocah edgy. If I'm not mistaken, edgy here is from edge, English one. This word is labeled to somebody who tends to be modest, for example, like buying a branded goods, but it doesn't match to her or to him. So this guy will be labeled as edgy. Jangan gampang ke trigger, trigger is in English. Damage-nya agak ada obat. Yeah, so the damage is very serious and it cannot be cured. So damage also English. From this point, that there are many new words invented by new generations, young people that are from English. From this phenomena again, that's why my paper or my presentation here is entitled "When Legacy Meets Modernity, Is There Any Pride?" So what I mean by legacy here is ethnic languages, while modernity here is bahasa gaul created by young people in this era. Now, if legacy meets modernity today, what happened? Is there any pride among them? So this is the topic is all about. I have checked the references from many journals. At least there are 6 journals that I found a similar topic to us. I mean, to me. However, mine is quite different because the language used here is a program, or is a bahasa gaul or colloquial language, and it is found in social media. Not only that, mine is also involving language attitude and then prediction what happens in the future. That's why it is kind of a problem based on the fact above that the potential of losing the cultures and languages gradually emerges. I will show you the answer to this later. And then with this phenomena, the pride of using the ethnic and national language is crucial to be investigated. There are 3 questions that I propose in this paper. The first is, what are the evidence of legacy and modernity in language use? So I will show you then legacy and modernity. And the second one is why do this phenomena happen? And the last one is, what is the implication of this phenomena? So there should be a kind of a predictions of the language in the future. This is the theoretical framework that I used to analyze the data. The first is the norm of language use by Jorgensen, 2012. There are 4 points of language norms. The first is monolingualism norm. This indicates that somebody is mastering one language, it has been settled, and then mastering another language. The second one is double or multiple monolingualism norm, means that somebody requires to master 2 languages, but one language is used. And then the third one is integrated bi or multilingualism norm. This means that somebody masters 2 or more languages, and then they can use simultaneously, meaning somebody here can do good mixing and good switching when talking to the interlocutors. And the last one is polylingualism norm. It means that somebody is mastering a lot of languages, and he or she can use the languages or any kind of languages in any time. And the second one is Factors of Language Attitude by Chandra 2010. There are 4 paradigms. The first is prestige and power of the language. The second one, the historical background of nations and the social and racial factor. The last one is the language internal systems. So these paradigms will be used in analyzing the data, and then I believe that you will see what happens related to this paradigm. And the last one is Language, Youth, and Lifestyles by Nortier and Swenden in 2015, and also Nortier 2018. Well, we talk about language shift. It's a situation where the users ignore the local or national language and use other languages. This is Powers 2016. So it's a very powerful that attitude can detect how language will be in the future. And the second one is language loss, indicate the loss of identity, culture, and value, because culture and language is, you know, like one coin, I mean, two sides from one coin. So the losing language will also losing the cultural value. Yeah, this is the method that I apply in this study using qualitative methods and apply documentation and virtual interview. Participants, there are 12 females and 2 males, and interestingly that the informants from around Indonesia, not only a single region, but 9 Javanese, 3 Madurese, 1 Sundanese, and 1 Bukinese. And the data sources, like what I mentioned earlier, that the data are taken from Instagram, Twitter, and WhatsApp communication. And data analysis, of course, I classify the conversation, categorizing the young generation's responses, and making connection and presenting the results in this phenomenon. Result and discussion will be addressed consecutively based on the research questions, that is the evidence of literacy and modernity in language use, youth reason for using the language, and third one is implication of using modernity through language. Now this is the answer to the first question, the evidence of literacy and modernity in language use. Well, I discovered that there are 5 monolingualism norms from the informants, and 1 double or multiple monolingualism norm, and 7 of the informants applies integrated by or multilingual norms, and 1 polylingualism norms. Again, that the classification is based on Jorgensen 2012. Let's see then the examples of the data that young generation uses monolingual norms is number 1. Gusti Agung semester iu meuni haredang pisan. I'm sorry, I may make a mistake in pronouncing this sentence because I'm Japanese, but the example here is Sundanese. Simply the meaning is called, this method is so hard or complicated. So this informant uses purely the Sundanese language, that is ethnic language. Similarly, number 2 here is lo saestu maghurutan Gus kok niki. So the informant also uses only 1 ethnic language. Now, the second evidence of a double monolingualism norm is using English and Indonesian. Here, the informant wrote, "White is always amazed me. Obviously show a dirt, but doesn't life work that way. Duh, kangen wajah imut kakak. Sini dong, main biar ketemu." So, you know that the first person actually uses English when communicating with the second one. But she changes into Indonesian language because the response given by the second person is using Indonesian. Tuh kangen wajah ibunya kakak. And then the answer is sini dong, main biar ketemu. So there are two languages employed by the first person. This is the example of integrated bi or multilingualism norms, that is Indonesian and English again. Makin di swipe makin nggak proper. So ada swipe and proper. Other words are Indonesian. The more you swipe, the less proper it is. So this is the example of integrated bi or multilingualism norms. Like what I mentioned earlier, that it's a kind of a code mixing and code switching. Here, polylingualism norms, Indonesian, Japanese, and English, it is put at the same sentence. Iya sih Mbak, aku kayaknya udah fix tapi kok kayak ada yang ganjal. So, one string of a sentence, but it is, languages are various, or at least three languages here. All right, this is the reasons why youth or young people using that kind of language. The first is language internal system. What happens to the language? Well, here, when I ask kenapa lebih menggunakan bahasa Indonesia, why do you use Indonesian? And then the answer is, well, because I get used to communicating with friends using Indonesia. Saya sudah dan teman-teman terbiasa bicara menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Faktor lain adalah terkadang bahasa Jawa yang saya gunakan tidak dimengerti oleh kebanyakan. Nah, this is another evidence that the interlocutors, her interlocutors here doesn't understand the language, Japanese language that you use. Meskipun kita sama-sama berasal dari bahasa Jawa, namun bahasa Jawa itu banyak sekali perbendaharaan katanya. So setiap daerah bisa berbeda-beda. This informant simply says that even though they are friends, but they are from different places, and of course, different places will have a different, varieties or dialects, including the word choice. So it makes the interlocutors sometimes get confused and misunderstanding when they are communicating. And the third one is the implications of using modernity through language. This is again by North here, 2018. The data shows that youth stated the use of modernity in language could somehow influence the existing of local and national languages. Well, it simply says that when they use bahasa gaul, bahasa gaul that they use, of course, then there will be a kind of influence to the local and national languages. It means that when somebody, or let's say young people, use quite often the bahasa gaul or colloquial language, that of course it will influence their capability in producing the pure, for example, ethnic language or maybe national language. They will mix up with a bahasa gaul. And I confirm this claim by asking the informants, benar, menurut Anda bagaimana dampak penggunaan bahasa Inggris di media sosial terhadap keberadaan bahasa lokal dan bahasa nasional? I asked them that what is the effect of using English in social media towards the ethnic language and national language. And the answer is dampaknya jadi tergeser keberadaannya. So the language will be shifted. Bahasa Inggris itu bahasa internasional, kalau digunakan di sosmed alangkah baiknya jika campur dengan unsur bahasa lokal dan bahasa nasional. So the informant says that it will be good or it will be better if language in sosmed here is not only English or maybe ethnic language, but also used mixed language by involving local and national languages. And the informant says in the last sentence, campuran gitu loh Mbak, apa namanya, alih kode. So it is a kind of a code switching and code mixing. Another question that I give to her, bagaimana dampak penggunaan bahasa Inggris di media sosial terhadap identitas budaya lokal serta nilai-nilainya. So I relate the question to the cultures, and the same tones given by the informant, dampaknya jadi tergeser keberadaannya. So the culture is also threatened, meaning that young people will apply or will adopt a new culture, probably a Western culture. And the informant says that belajar bahasa Inggris ini penting karena merupakan bahasa internasional. Still, the informant says that mastering English is important because English is the national language. If somebody cannot, speak English or master English, then it will be, left behind. Yeah. And of course, then because they do not know English, then they do not know much about topic that is spoken in English. So the informant also points out and underline by concluding the answers. It is important learning English, but with one note, that somebody should not forget the local language and national language, and also the cultures, of course, because this is a legacy of the ancestors. Yeah. From the data and also the analysis above, then I can conclude that the youth are likely to use mixed and made-up languages in social media, as I have presented, and I have shown you that there are a lot of bahasa gaul here. It can be in a word of words or phrases, and mostly the language that is invented here is English, and then also national, but the way to play the word is very interesting, and I think it can be investigated further by other researchers. And the second one is the youth admitted that social and tradition factor triggers them to choose the variety of language. Yes, of course. That social phenomena that happens nowadays, can influence to choose the variety of language, including the traditional factor. Yeah, traditional factor. They may see that the old one is not good, and then now they try to face the new era. That's why they create a new language. But of course, then it needs an investigation, further about the reasons behind the choice of various language, particularly the new language or bahasa gaul. There should be more than only modernity. The next of my conclusion is most of the youth consider Japanese and other ethnic languages with speech levels as a complex languages to learn. This negative attitude threatens the existence of the local language in social media. Yeah. As we know that many languages in Indonesia, many ethnic languages in Indonesia have a speech levels. The most popular languages that have speech levels are Japanese, Sundanese, Madurese, Balinese, and probably Sasak language. And I believe that there are also many other languages in Indonesia which have speech levels. Now, that kind of factors actually triggers young people to avoid using that language simply because of, according to them, a complication. They have to choose the right word, the right expression to a right person. Otherwise, they will be stigmatized. For example, they don't have polite manners. They are not as a good persons and so on. And the last one is some youth still keep their pride to their ethnic language as their ancestors. Some youth as their ancestral legacy. They use ethnic language. They use national language. But at the same time, they also want to show their modernity by using English and Bahasa Gaul or colloquial in social media. See that there is actually a kind of a mixed language that we use among young people in social media, and there is a kind of ambivalent attitude. On one hand, they want to keep their identity and showing their ethnic language, but at the same time, they also want to be part of the modernity. And of course, then it needs a further investigation in terms of the tendency, the strong tendency, whether young people now tends to be more modern and then forget the ethnic languages or national languages, or vice versa. Yeah, that's all what I can say today. And those are the references that I use for this paper. Yeah, there are 26 references. Well, Donwon, terima kasih and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Slamet. So the pre-recorded presentation has made us reflect on our language practices in our everyday life. Yeah, whether
that's right.
Maybe we're not aware that we've been code switching and also code shifting. Like almost every second in our lives. In fact, your last slide is also an example of code switching. Yeah. So, Pak Slamet, so we know that globalization has really become a very influential factor in language shift, language maintenance, and also language threat. So talking about threats, I think at the same time we can also think of opportunities that may arise with the emergence of foreign languages. Yeah. So here, Pak Slamet, we have a question from Pak Bambang. Pak Bambang Sugito. So it looks like he wants to see the positive side of using English in our everyday life, not really in the case of formal English learning. Can we actually use slangs as strategies to improve vocabulary so that children or adults can improve their English? That actually reminds me of a singer from Korea, rap monster from BTS. Yeah, I think you also mentioned that in one of your presentations the other day, that he does not formally study English, but his English is awesome. So you might want to say something about this. What's your comment on this?
Yeah, Bu Tiwi and also Pak Bambang, thank you for your question. That is true that social media and her technology will enhance our students, our children to master English. My presentation in the earlier here, I addressed the role of technology in molding children to be bilingual. It means that nowadays there are many evidence that the children, even though the parents cannot speak English, but they can speak English simply because they, watch television that has been programmed into English. And also the children, because nowadays our children are born in, digital era. And of course they can access, mobile phone and using mobile phone to any platform that they like, and also the program that they like. And that bit by bit, time by time, then the children will master English. And it is good. Why? Because it can help the children's improvement and also acquisition of English. Not only the vocabulary, Pak Bambang, but also, this is a good point, pronunciation. According to the theory, Greenberg theory, that the earlier the children are exposed English, then of course their pronunciation, the way they speak is native-like. Why? Because the organ of speech is still flexible. It is not like us who study English or learn English in the old age. Let's say when we are entering a junior high school, for example, then it's a bit late. Like myself here, you can detect that my English has some Javanese intonation or patterns simply because I know English when I was in junior high schools and senior high schools and universities. But children nowadays, their English is much, much better, far much better, simply because they get exposed of English since they were very young age. So still, Pak Bambang, that is very positive side what we can see in our society concerning with the technology. Yeah.
Yes, Pak Slamet. So in this case, there is another question from Pak Yunan. And I would say that Pak Yunan is also part of that young generation who's been exposed to English since he was very young. So he wanted to ask about the idea of language identification, which may be related to hybrid identity. How can we still be open to foreign languages, without necessarily seeing this as a threat when there is this code mixing occurring? What do you think?
Okay, thank you. Like what I said before, connecting to Pak Greg's presentation, this is a great opportunity for young people to create such, I don't know, maybe programs or application to introduce our ethnic or our indigenous languages, our national languages to the world. So it is a great chance. So in this case, then of course, the new inventors in terms of application should design how can we introduce our cultures, our languages. That there are 700 more languages in Indonesia that is threatened in western part of Indonesia, Putih, and others, that every year a single or maybe more than 2 languages, ethnic languages, died out. And of course, then there should be a kind of effort to preserve, to maintain. But because we live in digital era, then we have to make use it. We make use of technology to introduce and to maintain. It will be very sorry later, like Australians, Aboriginals languages that now is distinct out. They died out, and then they try to construct the languages, and it is hard because many of the languages, Aboriginal languages, there were no native speakers any longer. Now, since today we still have native speakers, then it will be much better to document all indigenous languages
to be a kind of a database in order that the young generation can, make use or maybe revitalize. Maybe I mentioned one successful revitalization of language, that is a Hebrew language. It was, this language was died out, but because of Fishman, Joshua Fishman, and other people who, linguists who concerns this language. Now Hebrew language now is, getting more, much stronger and stronger. So this is, again, that we have to involve artificial intelligence thing, how to pronounce this and then, so it will be much, much beneficial. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Slamet. One more question here from Pak Him. So although we see, again, we still know that there are people who have concerns about losing the language, but we also need to understand that, the word is evolving, new terms have been used by a younger generation. So I'm interested in what you said about revitalization of the local language. Maybe, see, what I have in mind now is perhaps later on we will have games in which the language, the medium of communication would be Javanese.
That's right.
That way, children will not be learning Javanese not only at school, but also, through pop culture, in this case, gaming. Perhaps that's one thing that we could think about. What do you think?
That's what I meant by young generation should invent, should develop a kind of application. It can be a game, it can be anything, it can be a movie thing. That will be okay. Okay, what would I say in Indonesian? What would I say in Japanese? And then there is a kind of what do you call it? It's a kind of role playing in that game. It will be good. Yeah. To introduce the value also to young generations. As you know, young generation today, as we can witness in the everyday practice and daily life, that they avoid using, Japanese or maybe ethnic languages simply because they don't want to be stigmatized by older generation. And they play safe by choosing neutral language that is Indonesian. So that is the way then to avoid negative labels to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess it's all up to us how to break these negative stereotypes of Javanese. Now that actually reminds me of today. Today is actually Batik Day. Remember that in our time, Batik was considered old-fashioned. We didn't want to wear batik because it would be considered mau kondangan kemana, for example. But now everybody wears batik, and we're really proud of this.
Yes, because it brings a pride, Putri.
Yeah, that's right.
Wearing batik here, wow, it's a pride. And I am very happy to witness that every region, every kabupaten, even every maybe sub-district has its own batik characteristic or type. So it is, I think it's a good one. So our task actually, in university levels, we have to collaborate with, Japanese department, Indonesian department to establish a kind of language center. Language center in a different way that is preserving and revitalizing the language.
Thank you very much, Pak Slamet. This is also a wake-up call. Probably we need to think of having a movement, one day, one language.
That is good. Yeah.
Thank you very much. This is really insightful. A reminder that, of course, we need to embrace modernity in this era of globalization, but legacy, needs to be maintained, so that we have the national pride. Thank you very much, Pak Slamet, for this wonderful presentation. And everyone, please join me to give a round of applause to Pak Slamet.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
So I'd like to hand over the screen back to Pak Sueb as the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much, everyone. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prativi Hayatanindya, for successfully leading the plenary session smoothly. And also would like to thank you very much, of course, to our speakers this morning, and also for the insights on recent issues in the emerging artificial intelligence and language practice, and also a linguistic phenomena, including the bilingualism, either it is as a threat or benefits for speakers. It's really interesting to know about this phenomena around us. Thank you very much for the speakers and also for the moderator for the first plenary sessions. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll be proceeding to the parallel sessions. So based on the schedule, the parallel session will get started at 10:20. So you will have a break, a very short break. However, I'm going to encourage you to join the breakout rooms as soon as possible, because the invitations link and the notifications has already set by the committee, and you can join the breakout rooms at any time. So as you enter the room later, and I hope that you have set your names according to the guidelines. And in each room during the parallel sessions, there will be committee will help you and lead the discussions. So again, so there will be a short break, but I would like to encourage you to join the parallel sessions and joining the breakout rooms as early as possible, so we can start the parallel sessions on time. Thank you very much during your participation during the plenary sessions, and also I would like to good luck for your parallel sessions. We'll see you again on the second plenary sessions after the break at 12:20. Thank you very much. So please join the parallel sessions by looking at the notifications on the breakout rooms in the bottom. Can you see? All right, so the notification for the breakout rooms already available in the bottom icon. So just click and please join the respective rooms you are assigned to. Okay, so we still have 100 something. We're not joining yet, but yes, the parallel session will get started at 10:20. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your participations during the opening ceremony, the plenary sessions, and of course, I would like to say very good luck for your presentation and discussions during the parallel sessions. Again, we are going to see you after the break for the second plenary sessions with the other two speakers from Europe. I think it's very early morning there in Europe. So hopefully after the break, so it's early morning, so the daylight's coming in Europe. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, participants and presenters who are now proceeding to the respective rooms for the parallel sessions. So I can see it's almost 60 participants are still in the main room, and unassigned participants, I can see that some committees there. And also for presenters and participants, you also encourage to sign up for your attendance list. Okay, the link is already available in the chat box. Thank you. Bapak Ibu yang berbahagia, kami informasikan bahwa sesi paralel akan dimulai pada pukul 10.20, jadi ada jeda istirahat kurang lebih 5-10 menit. Untuk sesi paralel nanti kami mengundang Bapak Ibu untuk menuju ke ruangan masing-masing melalui fitur breakout rooms dengan cara klik icon yang berbentuk kotak seperti ketupat di bawah, dan Bapak Ibu bisa menuju ke ruang Anda masing-masing, atau Anda bisa cek nama dan menuju ke ruangan di mana Anda nanti akan mengikuti sesi paralel, baik sebagai presenter maupun sebagai peserta. Bapak Ibu yang berbahagia, kami ingatkan kembali sesi breakout rooms akan segera dimulai. Untuk itu kami mengundang Bapak Ibu untuk menuju ke ruang masing-masing di mana Anda akan melaksanakan presentasi atau mengikuti diskusi dengan cara klik icon breakout rooms dan Anda bisa melihat nama Anda diarahkan ke ruang berapa, tergantung dari Bapak Ibu. Nanti masih ada sekitar 40 peserta yang belum memasuki breakout rooms. Bapak Ibu kami minta untuk segera bisa bergabung ke breakout rooms untuk sesi parallel sessions, sehingga sesi parallel session dapat dilaksanakan secara on time. Terima kasih.
Recording stopped. Selamat pagi, Bu Lydia.
Pagi.
Gimana kabar? Sehat ya?
Lihat ya, sama ya.
Iya. Di sana berarti jam berapa ini? Jam 7.
Ya, masih gelap, belum
Iya.
ini sebentar lagi nanti saya bisa mematikan lampu. Sekarang masih pakai lampu.
Oh iya. Masih gelap banget.
Gimana? Lancar sampai sekarang?
Bagaimana, Ibu?
Lancar acaranya?
Oh ya,
Sampai
lancar. Iya. Lancar, aman.
pasti banyak persiapannya.
Iya.
Iya.
Ini
Programnya penuh.
Ini dengan beberapa teman juga di kampus.
Ya, berapa orang yang masuk panitia?
Kurang lebih berapa? 11, 12.
Ya, banyak koordinasi. Ya, hebat. Ya. Dan hari ini saya pernah pikir mungkin 2 hari, enggak, 1 hari penuh ya.
Iya.
Iya. Ya, nanti saya mau ikut sampai selesai ya.
Oh ya.
Ya, mungkin saya akan keluar sebentar, tapi ya masuk lagi.
Iya, silakan, monggo.
Ya. Oh,
Masih belum ada rencana ke Indonesia, Bu Lid?
mau, tapi belum bisa ya. Itu kuliah. Wah, sekarang peraturannya makin sulit. Oh, saya ada teman yang mau ke sana, yang dari Jerman ke sana karena ada urusan, ada kerja.
Oh iya.
Harus PCR, harus karantina, harus PCR lagi,
Betul. Jadi perjalanannya sangat panjang.
Ya, dan itu banyak peraturan ya. Itu yang bikin sulit. Harus bayar hotel karantina mahal, harus 8 hari di karantina, kadang-kadang ganti lagi. Nah, dan belum untuk turis belum bisa.
Iya.
Begitu. Bagaimana, sehat ya? Keluarga sehat?
Ya, sehat, Bu Lydia.
Ya. Ya, situasi COVID di dunia ini sekarang, aduh. Ya, di Jerman sudah lumayan membaik pada saat ini, tapi orang khawatir karena ini mulai musim dingin dan tahun lalu waktu musim dingin orang di dalam karena dingin ya. Orang khawatir mungkin nanti ketularan lagi.
Iya. Bu Lydia, terima kasih banyak kemarin saya diajak diskusi di wacana.
Terima kasih ikut ya. Ya, sekarang tahu banyak ya tentang Panji.
Iya. Di sini ada Bu Lydia masih ingat Mas Huda. Nah.
Hey, Mas Huda. Ya, kabar baik?
Sehat-sehat Bu Lydia ya?
Ya, sama ya?
Ya, sehat.
Senang lihat ya. Ikut acara panitia juga atau hanya sebagai
peserta? Sebagai peserta, Bu.
Ada
tadi kayaknya Mas Kolam nggak bisa ngikut karena sedang traveling.
Traveling.
Ya, melintas Tulungagung juga. Biasanya waktu senggang melintas Tulungagung kita ngopi di depan mirip gambar. Sekarang masih masa rehab, Bu.
Saya memang harap apa Mas Kolam mau ikut. Kok traveling bisa ditunda? Ya, lebih penting ya dengan keluarga. Iya. Dan gimana kegiatan Mas Huda biasa atau ada ya banyak restriksi?
Ini saya di sekolah buat panggung permanen. Selama tidak bisa aktivitas pertunjukan di mana-mana, kita upayakan live streaming, Bu Lydia. Jadi berkarya lewat pertunjukan melalui streaming. Kadang-kadang ya Om Iis itu sama Mas Kolam kita undang ke tanah ya untuk diskusi-diskusi ringan.
Tapi di sekolah mengajar secara langsung sudah
tatap muka tetapi separuh-separuh, jadi ganjil genap seperti itu.
Ya.
Terus kemarin sempat kita bincang-bincang tentang batik, Bu Lydia. Saya menginspirasikan atau menyatakan ide untuk Panji Wasengsari itu bisa dibuat motif batik Tulungagungan.
Ya bagus.
Setidaknya biar edukasinya ke masyarakat tidak hanya melalui candi, tapi bisa melalui media batik dan lain sebagainya seperti itu.
Ya bagus. Itu seperti sering saya katakan ya, itu harus untuk edukasi, untuk transformasi. Nanti ada contohnya dalam presentasi tentang media gambar.
Ya.
Ya bagus. Terus begitu. Ya, dan banyak ini orang kreatif ya. Orang seniman, jadi ya harus ada banyak ide.
Tidak pernah istirahat itu Mas Huda itu, Bu Lydia.
Jadi sekarang mulai kita ajarkan untuk motif batik anak-anak di SMA itu menggunakan media atau aplikasi Corel sama Photoshop, jadi lebih menarik. Nanti aplikasinya jiplakan ke batik cap atau batik tulisnya seperti itu.
Bagus. Itu di SMA ada pelajaran bikin batik?
Iya, di SMA, tapi ini baru sebatas di kelas 11 yang saya pegang itu desain batik, di kelas 12 sudah mulai praktek membatik.
Bagus. Itu wajib atau itu tambah ya gimana sebagai pelajaran tambah?
Ikut materi ke seni terapan. Ada seni terapan dulu yang sempat saya buat miniatur relief itu juga seni terapan cetak. Sekarang mengarah ke batik 2 dimensi seperti itu.
Bagus. Itu yang relief cetak yang dengan Pak Semar yang almarhum?
Iya, almarhum Pak Semar itu seni terapan tapi ke arah cetak. Kita menggunakan terakota. Ini sekarang ya ke arah terapan batik, cuma nanti cap itu hampir sama sebenarnya, kita membuat masternya dulu seperti itu. Dan relief yang dicetak itu disimpan di mana yang dibuat Pak Semar? Yang saya masih ada, cetakannya masih ada, saya simpan juga di SMA itu. Jadi anak-anak kelas 11 untuk semester 2 itu kan harus membuat semacam karya modifikasi. Ya itu ornamennya masih menggunakan Wasengsari itu. Jadi potongan-potongan itu biasanya saya aplikasikan dalam karya terapan, bisa lampion, bisa atau
bagus. Ya, begitu terus ya.
Semoga bermanfaat ilmunya dari Bu Lydia juga.
Ya, terima kasih.
Selamat siang Bu Lydia.
Selamat siang
Bu Eko. Iya.
Terima kasih atas undangan.
Terima kasih juga kirimannya.
Ya, akhirnya saya lihat sebetulnya ada yang bagus, tapi ya sudah. Itu nanti mau dipublikasikan makalah-makalah?
Iya.
Mungkin.
Iya, sedang ditata sekarang. Ya.
Sekarang ini konferensi dulu ya.
Iya.
Katanya lancar ya. Maaf saya terlambat masuk karena ini masih pagi di Jerman.
Iya.
Kalau saya masuk dari awal itu jam 4 pagi.
Oh my God.
Oh iya.
Sekarang jam berapa ini Bu berarti? Jam 7.
Jam 7 ya.
Oh iya.
Selamat siang Pak Him.
Selamat siang Bu Lydia. I will be the moderator Bu Lydia.
Ya, Pak Him nanti.
Terima kasih Pak Him ya.
Ya Ibu.
Ya.
Ini kalau Ibu mempelajari tentang Jawa, apa Ibu juga sempat belajar bahasa Jawa Bu Lydia?
Piye to? Iya.
Sedikit mawon.
Oh, sedikit-sedikit, sekedip-sekedip. Wah,
Ingin
alhamdulillah.
nanti sinau, namun ya.
Wah, hebat ini. Iya.
Dan
Wah, hebat. Wah, saya menegur Ibu.
Mohon maaf Bu Lydia, waktu melacak Panji sudah sempat ke Madura juga?
belum mau, memang mau. Next
Iya,
time mau sekali ke Sumeneb ya.
Iya.
Keraton, saya pernah lihat ada relief yang mungkin ada unsur Panji juga ya.
Iya.
Ya, Ibu Eko dari Madura?
Enggak, tapi saya akhir-akhir ini sedang konsentrasi untuk mengkaji Madura. Ya.
Ibu Eko apa spesialisasinya, Bu Eko?
Saya dari seni tari, tapi seni pertunjukan, ya. Ya.
Dan di Madura ada ya tarian khas juga ya?
Ya, topeng dalang itu.
Ya.
Khas. Dulu kalau sekarang kan yang diangkat ceritanya Ramayana Mahabharata. Tapi awal-awal dulu, tapi ya memang harus dikaji, itu Panji juga. Di sana ada satu cerita atau lakon itu yang judulnya Pulau Saloka, tapi itu kisah Panji katanya. Cuman kami belum ya itu. Tapi struktur dramatik, perkembangan struktur dramatik topeng dalang itu juga banyak dipengaruhi nilai-nilai Panji, misalnya ada penyamaran, kemudian ya pisah ketemu. Nah, itu diantaranya itu ya ada pengaruhnya di sana ya. Karena kalau di Mahabharata kan jarang ya cerita-cerita itu yang penyamaran itu atau malih rupa gitu ya, adu kesaktian seperti itu. Iya.
Ya, bagus ya. Ya, topeng dalang saya pernah lihat di Klaten. Itu agak jarang ya.
Ya, Panji kalau di Jawa ya, yang mengangkat Ramayana Mahabharata itu memang sekarang khusus Madura, lainnya Panji.
Ya.
Okay.
Ya. Maaf sebentar ya, saya ini sebentar.
Iya.
2 menit.
Mau matikan lampu dulu, udah mulai siang.
Soalnya Pak Arif. Lampu latar ya.
Salah, maaf ini tadi sedang komunikasi dengan Bu Lydia.
Ya, sudah masuk lagi. Kalau saya matikan lampu, aduh, ini.
Wah,
boleh begini.
Kayak pertunjukan teater nanti.
Iya.
Oh, lampu ini lebih bagus mungkin?
Ya.
Ya.
Ya, ini bagus. Ya. Nanti kalau sudah mau cerah, ya ini mungkin sebentar lagi, 20 menit lagi sudah akan cerah.
Oke.
Nanti akan saya...
Masih pagi, Bu Lydia.
Apa?
Baru bangun masalahnya.
Ya. Ya, 1,5 jam yang lalu biar santai. Ya. Tapi tidak terbiasa. Apalagi hari Sabtu ya sebetulnya.
Betul sekali. Iya ini. Harusnya weekend itu ya.
Mungkin
ya.
ke
Dengan
depan
semangat ya. Apa?
Pak Arifuddin mungkin bisa bawa mahasiswanya untuk kajian-kajian di Miri Gambar, melibatkan anak-anak SMA saya juga menarik.
Ya, itu bagus promosinya terus-terus ya.
Nah, terus tadi ada Bu siapa tadi yang tari tadi?
Bu Eko, Pak.
Wah, Bu Eko barangkali mau membuat tarian tentang Pasang Sari di Miri Gambar juga menarik. Dulu pernah kita membuat jejak Miri Gambar, Bu. Tetapi kena Panji Internasional, hancur harapannya itu. Pak Ari menceritanya pernah itu juga. Jadi mungkin barangkali nanti anak-anak SMA Kalidawir siap menjadi tim produksinya Bu Eko.
Silakan ya. Mas Huda, bagaimana? Saya lupa namanya Pak Juru Kunci di Miri Gambar.
Pak Yoto.
Pak To.
Nah, nanti kasih salam ya.
Ya, Pak.
Kalau
Ini
Bu Wira, siapa namanya yang dari penampian?
Ya, penampian, ya Bu, lupa.
Ya, Wira, ya, pokoknya kalau ketemu ya, salam.
Ya.
Saya ingat terus.
Sebenarnya kemarin itu sempat menarik, cuman kadang kita masih belum connect dengan Pak Dwi Cahyono terkait Panji Laras itu Bu Lydia. Saya pernah yang ke penampian, yang naik lagi ke Omben Jagonya juga pernah itu. Tapi ya kayaknya tinggal harapan hampa.
Ya, Pak Dwi selalu sibuk ya.
Ya itu.
Ya, tapi pernah ketemu Pak Dwi?
Pernah ya, kemarin beberapa waktu juga telepon juga, karena memang pandemi. Pak Dwi waktu di Tulungagung ada PPKM itu, jadi tertahan di Tulungagung.
Ya, dia sering ya, rumahnya orang tua di Tulungagung ya. Dia sering.
Tulungagung. Terus kan saya juga rencana ada semacam agenda tahunan kira budaya dari SMA ke dulu yang babat alas wilayah Kalidawir itu namanya Ndoro Jayeng itu konon sempat singgah di sekarang SMA saya Bu Lydia, jadi pengen saya buat semacam arah-arahan napak tilas sebagai edukasi ke anak-anak juga.
Ya masih banyak ya ide-ide. Ya silahkan.
Semoga nanti kalau sudah memang kondisi normal, Bu Lydia bisa berkunjung, bisa mampir ke panggung kita, ngopi di sana, di atas gunung Bu Lydia. Jadi menarik.
Di atas gunung mana?
Itu kan perbukitan sebenarnya, wilayah Gunung Kapur, wilayah selatan.
Oh ya, gunung apa ada Candi Dadi ya?
Ya,
saya belum pernah.
Perbukitan Wali Kukun itu.
Ya. Ya, saya pingin. Masih banyak ya yang ingin saya kunjungi.
Ya, semoga sehat Bu Lydia, segera bisa berkunjung ke Indonesia kembali.
Ya,
ini krunya sudah banyak sekali kayaknya di Indonesia ya Bu Lydia. Ada Pak Huda, ada Pak Arifuddin, wah ini ada bakal teman yang mau menemani di Madura kayaknya nih Bu Eko kayaknya sudah bersedia menemani ke Madura.
Iya, ini sebetulnya hari ini juga ke Madura. Saya sedang membantu teman-teman wayang topeng untuk membuat sebuah tari gitu, tari persembahan dalam proses. Iya.
Ya, terus. Ya itu bagus, walaupun
Ya.
COVID ya jangan berhenti ya.
Ya, sebagai pendekatan pelestarian Bu Lydia. Jadi kita udah beberapa waktu lalu mencoba untuk pengembangan musik tarinya atau karawitan gending-gendingnya. Kemudian sekarang ke bentuk tarinya. Jadi di sana itu kan nggak ada tari putri. Maksudnya tari putri itu sangat minim sekali gerak-gerak tari putri.
Oh ya?
Nah, kita coba untuk menambah perbendaraan ya, tapi melalui pendekatan transformasi tari putra, pola gerak tari putra dibuat tari putri begitu.
Pak Im mungkin sudah jam 12.
Iya, saya mungkin sedang menunggu dari MC Pak.
Ya.
Makanya Bu Lina mungkin bisa diberitahu Pak.
I think test.
Yes.
Yeah, the too many voices.
Yeah.
Ramai sekali.
Arif.
Selamat siang Ibu Lydia.
Selamat siang. Selamat
Ya.
siang semua.
Selamat siang Bu Eko.
Selamat siang Pak Sueb, sehat selalu.
Sehat Ibu, sugeng Ibu.
Alhamdulillah. Iya.
Ini 90.
12:23 Pak Sueb.
Yeah, so are we going to wait for?
Recording in progress.
We are still waiting for Pak Asrodi and Pulina, Pak Him, or are we just?
I don't
Ibu
know.
Joni,
Yeah.
Is Ibu Joni already here?
She is? Is she?
Yeah, I'm looking for Ibu Joni, Pak.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay,
there
Ibu
you go.
Joni.
Selamat pagi Ibu Joni.
Yeah. Okay. I can hear you, Ibu Joni. Okay, Bapak Ibu, so good afternoon. I'm really happy to welcome you here again to the International Conference on Cultural Studies and Applied Linguistics for the second plenary sessions. So we thank you for your cooperations and participations during the opening ceremony this morning, and also the first plenary session this morning with our two keynote speakers. And also we had the great parallel sessions for some rooms, and we had a very great and fruitful discussions together during the parallel sessions. And also for this afternoon, Bapak Ibu, so we have the second plenary sessions. Is really happy to welcome two speakers for the second plenary sessions. The first is Ibu Dr. Lydia Kevens. Selamat pagi, Ibu Lydia from Germany.
Selamat pagi.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Ibu, for joining with us this morning. I'd like to welcome and good morning to Ibu Johnny Hill. Ibu, how are you?
Good morning, I'm fine.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Johnny, for joining us for this conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the second plenary sessions, our colleagues, Bapak Dr. Himawan Adinugroho, is a senior faculty members from the English Department, Faculty of Languages and Arts, will be serving as the moderator. Good afternoon, Pak Himawan.
Good afternoon, Pak Sueb. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see you again, Pak Himawan. So, are you ready for the second plenary sessions, Pak Him?
Inshallah, I'm ready. Yes,
Right.
I'm very happy.
Right. I'll give it the screen to you, Pak Him, please.
Thank you, Pak Sueb. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, all the participants and presenters for the second international conference on cultural studies and applied linguistics, and also Sugeng Enjang Bu Lydia Given from Germany, and selamat pagi for Bu Johnny Hill. Thank you very much for joining this international conference held by UNESA. We are very honored to have you both as presenters for our second ICSAL conference. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we are now at the second general plenary session. So we will have two keynote speakers. The first speaker is going to be Dr. Lydia Given from University of Bonn. And then the second speaker will be Dr. Johnny Hill from Szeged University, Hungary. So we will have Lydia Given to present or to deliver her presentation related to Pandi tradition.
Recording in progress.
To all of us today. So before we start the presentation by Dr. Lydia Given, allow me to read her video. So if Dr. Lydia Given is from University of Bonn, Germany. So she is an expert on the ancient Japanese temple reliefs. So she got her PhD degree at the University of Sydney in 2009, and then her thesis was about following the cap figures in Majapahit temple reliefs in 2013, and then she has been teaching at the German universities. She is working as a free researcher and lecturer at the University of Bonn. She focuses on Japanese or Indonesian ancient art and literature, and also the heritage of Japanese traditions. Well, she's been very active for many years in programs on Panji traditions in Java. It's very interesting. And in 2018, she published a book about the process of revitalization and transformation of the Panji traditions, published by Ombak Publisher, Yogyakarta, in Indonesian language, entitled Menelusuri Panji dan Sekartaji, Proses Revitalisasi, Tradisi Panji dan Transformasinya pada Zaman Kini. There you go. So before we start with Bu Lydia's presentation, Bu Lydia, I would like to invite you to give a brief information or forward on what you are going to present for the presentation. Bu Lydia, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Him, for introducing me. As he said already, I have been doing research and activities. First, I started as an archaeologist and art historian, focusing on the temple reliefs and these figures who wear a cap, the cap figures. Some of them actually are Panji. And so that's how I got into the topic of Panji and continued on many, many levels. So in literature, in performing arts, and I got involved in many activities by friends, like for example, Mas Arif, Mas Huda, and many more friends. We have been cooperating together, so I have been invited for talks in Indonesia. I'm very, very happy that although now is the COVID time, that I still am invited for talks like this also. Yeah, so thank you very much to all the panitia and the organizers that have been invited. And so even during the COVID time, that I can participate and that I can, yeah, contribute something. I'm very happy that with all my knowledge, I can contribute and give something back to the beautiful and rich traditions of Indonesia and Java. Thank you. So I hope my presentation will give another aspect and contribution also, especially to the topic of the legacy and the pride, which is one of the topics of this conference.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Lydia. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to inform all the participants and also the keynote speakers. So after this, we are going to to have the video presentations from Dr. Lydia Given. So about 30 minutes, and then more or less, and then we will have a quick question and answer for both for Lydia Given for about 20 minutes. So we will be able to have question and answer session as soon as the video presentation is over. Yes, thank you very much.
Maybe one word to this.
Yes.
It was special for me that I prepared my PowerPoint and also made the audio. So I hope everything will be clear, because maybe sometimes I see please
okay.
forgive me. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. The committee will now play the video presentation from Dr. Lydia Given.
Good afternoon, good morning, selamat siang, selamat pagi, para bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu yang terhormat, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy that I have been invited to this international conference, and I will give a talk about the pride and legacy of cultural heritage on the example of the Javanese Panji tradition. The content will be roughly like follows. I give an introduction. I will talk about the Panji tradition. I will talk about the cultural tradition in general. Then about the Panji tradition as a specific example of pride and cultural legacy. About the Panji tradition as a living heritage, and we'll give a conclusion. Here are two examples of forms of Panji traditions. On the left side, we have a temple relief depicting a scene of Panji holding his beloved Sekartaji, and on the right, a very similar depiction, an illustration in a Panji Stories manuscript. Let's look first in general on cultural legacy and its pride. This pride requires first knowledge and understanding, as a second awareness, as a third pride, and then being ready for preservation and safeguarding of the cultural expression, and then the appreciation of this cultural expression as a meaningful legacy which is apt for transformation. The Panji tradition is a specific example of legacy. It has many forms, many manifestations in ancient art, literature, performing arts, and it has the potential of a living heritage. Again, here some examples. Panji manuscripts with illustrations, Panji reliefs in temples, performing arts, here with the Wayang Beber, and something which is not so very well known, that the Panji tradition also exists in other forms and other names in Southeast Asian mainland, like Thailand. Yeah, let's go through these 4 steps from knowledge to transformation. Yeah, we need knowledge ourselves before we can go on. Yeah, the Panji tradition is supposed to go back to the 13th or even the 12th century. And there are various stories on Prince Panji. He is from the kingdom of Jenggala, or Jenggolo, and his betrothed, Princess Sekartaji, from the kingdom of Kediri. The earliest evidence is given in ancient Javanese temple reliefs depicting episodes of Panji stories like Candi Panataran, Candi Mirigambar, both from the 14th century, and Candi Kendali Sodo, and also other sanctuaries, all of them being built during the Majapahit period. An example is Candi Panataran, the Majapahit state temple, which has Panji reliefs on the first building, which we see in the fourth. These are a few scenes. Panji sitting on the left, longing, being separated from his beloved. She's also longing. They are searching for each other, and in the end, there is a reunion. Candi Mirigambar in Tulung Agung, it also has scenes of Panji story. These are smaller reliefs, but also beautiful. Many of them haven't been destroyed. We have Candi Kendali Sodo on the slopes of Mount Penanggungan, being part of a hermitage. There are 4 beautiful reliefs, and this one is most beautiful. Panji holds his beloved on his lap and plays a musical instrument for her. But it seems that awareness and pride and safeguarding has not really been very much internalized by all people yet. The head of Panji was destroyed. There are also Panji stories in performing arts, like in the mask dance, the Wayang Topeng. King Hayam Wuruk from Majapahit, he dances the raket. Raket is supposed to be an early name for Wayang Topeng. This is mentioned in the Nagara Kertagama. Here we have Wayang Topeng from Malang, 2 examples. And in the field, in the green field on the left, this is the quote from the Nagara Kertagama. It mentions that Hayam Wuruk dances, so the nobles desired to watch him perform racket. The king was exceedingly handsome in his full costume. So it seems not only dancers, but even royals danced this Panji dance. Other performing arts is the Wayang Beber. It is the paper scroll theater, which has already been described in the report of the Chinese traveler Ma Huan in 1413. He says, I quote, "There is a sort of men who paint on paper men, birds, animals, insects, and so on. The paper is like a scroll and is fixed between two wooden rollers 3 feet high. The man squats down on the ground and places the picture before him, whilst in the native language and in a loud voice he gives an explanation of every part. The spectators sit around him and listen, laughing or crying according to what he tells them." Yeah, Wayang Beber in a more recent performance. Other forms of performing arts are Wayang Gedok, Wayang Krucil or Klitik, all of them presenting Panji stories. We see here an example of Wayang Gedok. The hairdress is a bit similar to the Panji in the reliefs, also having this cap-like hairdress. They have been currently objects of research. That is very nice. Yeah, the story of the Panji goes like this. Prince and Princess of Princess Sekartaji, they are betrothed to each other. They are separated due to some circumstances. They search for each other, and they have to overcome many hindrances and obstacles. They are brave and never give up, and then they happily meet each other again and marry. Yeah, there are many, many variations of Panji stories over the centuries. It is not only one. We have to know something, that there are two different kinds of old Javanese literature. There is the Kakawin literature, which is connected to Indian literature and culture, and the narratives are based on the Indian Ramayana and Mahabharata. They have more connection to royal and palace life and to religious life. And the Kidung literature is more connected to rural and traders' life, and this literature is based on indigenous Javanese traditions, independent from the Indian culture. The Panji stories make part of this Kidung literature. And there are also other folk stories, so that's an important difference. We see this difference also in visual art of the East Javanese period. We have, for example, on the left again here, Chanipanataran, on the left the Ramayana, a Kakawin depicted in the so-called Wayang style, and we have on the right a scene from a Panji story, Panji again with this cap, and the Panji depictions are always very simple. The iconography, the style is simple, if you compare to the Wayang style on the left, which is more elaborate. This is a sign Panji is always in a more simple context, more connected to simple life, as mentioned before, more connected to folk stories. Again, this cap. So Panji stories themselves even have a folklore character. The simplicity of Panji and the stories holds true for all manifestations, like the reliefs, also the Wayang Topeng and the Wayang Beber. Panji himself being royal, actually, is a prince, but he has an attitude of being close to common people. So he gives an example of an ideal human. Not only Panji, but also the manifestations of the Panji tradition, they all give examples of values for human beings, like never giving up, going on, mastering hindrances, and staying on the way. What we also have to know that there was a spread of Panji, as I mentioned before, not only Java, also to Bali, to Sumatra, and even up to Thailand. So now we know a lot, we have knowledge of the Panji tradition, and then this imparts awareness of the rich tradition. This happens through performative actions, lectures like I am doing now, through performances, tours, publications, discussions, and more. Many, many ways to convey the knowledge. Yeah, the awareness of this rich tradition then imparts pride of the own tradition and culture. Pride. And the pride is especially because the tradition of Panji is a specific indigenous Javanese heritage and an expression of local wisdom. As I said, independent from Indian art, independent from outer culture. Yeah, so this pride of the own tradition and culture imparts then the need of the preservation and the safeguarding of the Panji tradition. Yeah, now, the final step, we come to the activities and forms of transformation, which are a result of preservation and safeguarding. So here, actors are important, like artists, popular as well as academic writers, librarians, libraries, digital media, event organizers, and so forth. So the transfer of the creativity of the Panji figure himself into creative ways of enacting the Panji tradition is a crucial aspect. There has been a process of the rediscovery and the revitalization of the Panji tradition, which actually had nearly been lost during the course of the 20th century. It had nearly been extinct. But during the 1990s, a new revitalization started. The background was the understanding and the highlighting of the values of the Panji tradition as a specific local genius and local wisdom. It was the late environmentalist Suryo Wardoyo Prawiro Atmojo who became the motor to develop and enact the revitalization for this rich culture. For him, the Panji culture, or Budaya Panji, was just one example of local wisdom amongst many others, such as the cult of ancestor worship in Flores, or other rituals or practices all over Indonesia and actually all over the world. So all of these local traditions had been marginalized. Local culture had been considered as inferior culture in contrast to peak culture. So like inferior culture, in this case now the Panji culture, in contrast to the court arts, for example, of Jogja and Surakarta in central Java. At the same time, there was an increasing awareness of local culture on a global level, which went along with the UNESCO Intangible Heritage Program, which had been established in a convention in 2003. Intangible heritage, this category includes, amongst others, oral traditions, performing arts, social practices and rituals, knowledge and practices concerning nature, traditional craftsmanship, and so forth. Actually, the Panji tradition is a specific example of such cultural intangible heritage, but it has not been entered in the category of UNESCO yet. But the Panji stories manuscripts from the late 18th and the 19th century, they have in the year 2017 been acknowledged by UNESCO as Memory of the World. This is another more recent category of World Heritage, which was established in 1992. It is the convolute of 76 Panji stories that are kept in the Indonesian National Library. More than 230 pieces are kept in the Dutch Leiden University Library, and a few are kept in the national libraries of Cambodia and Malaysia. Even a few more others are kept in the British Library London and in the National Library of Berlin, and also other libraries all over Indonesia. A beautiful example here from the Serat Panji Jayakusuma, which is in London. It shows texts, written texts, and also illustrations, illuminations, embellishments. Not all of the manuscripts are illustrated. Most of them actually only have the text or have only a few ornaments, but the narrative illustrations are really beautiful. In connection with this nomination as Memory of the World, and since then, a great number of programs have been conducted to make the Panji theme known to the public, more known to the public, let's say like that, through performances, through seminars, exhibitions, and more. And even during the Corona period, that is really great. There has not been a stop, but there have been regular monthly webinars run by Professor Vadi Manjoyo-Negoro and Henry Norchachio. So, over the years, knowledge and awareness have been raised and increased. The appreciation of the values through participation and education programs, however, still needs further development, further initiative, and further support. This is something which still has to be done for the future. We have to take a broader look again at the revitalization of cultural heritage. It has been a broad discourse on this topic, the pro and contra, all the different sides of cultural heritage and their revitalization. And the danger has been seen in one point, which is called the Disneyification. So that cultural heritage is put on a high stage in entertainment programs and so on. As an example, the Bedoyo dance in Kraton Surakarta is often mentioned. This dance has a sacred character and is originally performed over several hours. But it has often been reduced to 1 hour performances to match the needs of touristic programs. So, like if you go to Disneyland, you will see short entertaining programs of this and that, and you will not understand anymore the whole context. And yeah, like in the case of the Bedoya, you will not really understand the sacred character. So this may also be considered in the background how to act in the Panji revitalization, and consider that there is this danger. Yeah, education is a very crucial aspect and way of safeguarding cultural heritage. The younger generation especially, has to know and be aware and be proud, and then be ready to safeguard and to create transformative presentations. So this is one of the key points when we talk about revitalization of cultural heritage. Yeah, educational programs really have been done over the years, or starting around the year 2000 and even earlier. There have been communities, local artists and teachers, historians and so forth. Here's just a very short list of a few of the activities by Suryo Pravirat Mojo, by Henry Norchachio, by the Dewan Kesenian Blitar, by local groups in Mirigambar, in Mojokerto, and more. Here are a few examples again. Innovative and transformative programs have been created and conducted by Panji activists over the years, and creativity is the key word. Panji stories are creative. The forms of the Panji traditions are creative. The figure Panji himself is creative. The transformations are creative. The Wayang Beber workshop by Suryo Praviro Atmojo. Children, they have been painting scenes, episodes of a Panji story, and one of the children has then been acting as a dalang. He squats on the ground and the spectators laugh and cry. Wayang Beber workshops have also been conducted over several years now already in Mojokerto by some artists and school teachers in schools. It's wonderful that this has been going on for years now. The Panji Festival in Blitar had been conducted several times with school classes who created short performances related to reliefs of the Panataran Chandi. Or in Mirigambar, there's a local community who make activities to raise pride of the legacy of Chandi Mirigambar. Yeah, there is a common feature in these revitalization processes. There is one side from the inside. The motor for the processes of revitalization of culture comes from the inside, from the actors themselves, from local communities. But on the other side, developments of revitalization can also be imposed by the authorities from the outside. Both has its values and it has to be in balance. This is something very important. Important again is the innovation of culture. It is not a contradiction to tradition, which often has been considered. So tradition is not something fixed or something stable, but tradition is change. So tradition includes innovation, because innovation keeps tradition being alive. And transformation is innovation. One beautiful example here is a manuscript illustration showing Sekartaji and Panji. And we have the same characters, Panji and Sekartaji, in a new creation of wayang puppets. Also the performance of this way is new, a new creation by an artist in Klaten, Agus Bimo Prayetno. So this is a very beautiful example of transformation of tradition. And another beautiful example is a European Panji dancer dances together with a Javanese classical court dancer from Surakarta. Yeah, my conclusion. The Panji tradition is a specific example of a living cultural heritage. This legacy of this Javanese or Indonesian cultural property represents an example of raising pride of an indigenous local culture, which is apt for strengthening cultural identity. The Panji stories represent an example of creativity concerning life in general. Safeguarding and enacting this valuable legacy is a task for the future generation. To show again the beautiful relief, and also let's read a few verses of the Panji Wangbang Vidya story. My lady, who are like the goddess Rati, the very incarnation of the sugar beet, your sweet charms have overpowered the heart of one under passion's sway. Perceive my treasure, little sister, my tears in the Tadah Asi, which will inevitably die of weariness when the moon goes to rest. This is beauty in many forms of the Panji stories tradition. Yeah, the really final conclusion. Panji has been a manifestation of a Javanese local wisdom throughout the ages, in many forms and functions, as an expression of creativity, as a living heritage and a living legacy, until today and in the future. Semoga ada guna. I hope this gives inspiration and knowledge and pride and continuation. Thank you. Terima kasih banyak. Matur nuwun.
Masih di-mute Pak Imawan.
Yeah, sorry. I'm very sorry. So yes. Okay, there was the video conference of presentations from Dr. Lydia Keevens. So it is now, we invite the participants to ask questions to Dr. Lydia Keevens. So she would be more than happy to answer the questions. So actually there is one question, Dr. Lydia Keevens, from Bu Joni Hill. While waiting for the other participants to ask questions. So Bu Joni Hill asked a question, what inspired you to study Javanese and Indonesian culture? That was from Bu Joni Hill. Bu Lydia.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Johnny Hill. Nice to meet you. Yeah, that's the answer to this question is, not simple. It was just a development in my life. It's always, I never really can say why, what was it? It actually started that I went as a tourist to Bali many years ago in '85. And I got to know about Java, and somehow this made me curious to go there. I had heard something about the Borobudur, so the following year I went to Borobudur, saw these beautiful reliefs. I visited many, many other temples in central Java, and I visited the Kraton and saw and heard and listened to the dance and the Sindenan. So somehow my heart was straight away filled. So it was something very emotional, and I was just struck by the many beautiful forms of the Javanese culture. Before, I had already been studying art history in Europe, so I think my heart was just open for it, and it had met several steps. First, I also was for one semester at Universitas Gajah Mada in Jogja. There I learned old Javanese language, I learned Karawitan, I learned Javanese, I learned dance. So many, many aspects I learned myself. And at that time I was looking for a topic to write my master's thesis. And somehow I got to Arjuna, the Arjuna Vivaha, and the depictions in East Java. So then for the first time I went to East Java. And only later, after the masters, somehow I got also to the Panji, because my teacher of Old Javanese in Jogja, he once showed a photo to me of a Panji relief. And he said to me, nanti kapan-kapan kamu harus meneliti tentang Panji. I forgot it, but later when I went to Candi Kendali Sodo on the slopes of Mount Penanggungan, I remembered, that was a very beautiful relief I was shown by my old Javanese teacher, Pak Patmo Puspito almarhum. And immediately it was again the same as in the very beginning. In a way, I fell in love with that relief, which is so beautiful, which I showed before, the one where the Panji is sitting and holding his beloved on his lap. And so it was actually, I was very, very sad when several years later I went there again and the head was stolen. I really had to cry. So it started at that time, it was 96, and it went on and on and on, and I decided to study the Panji reliefs and also more general the figures which have that cap. And so I entered into the world of Panji, and together with Pak Suryo, Prawiro Atmojo, we developed programs, and I got more and more involved in these communities and activities. So that's somehow a little story about how it developed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lydia. That was very inspiring. I mean, me personally, for myself, knowing that there are some other experts, especially from foreign experts, and then interested in our culture, and then tries very hard to help us in trying to preserve and to make sure that the tradition will still here, and then it keeps alive and for the generation to come. It's very inspiring. And then there was another question from Buraras, Lydia. Let me try to read the question for you. Lydia, what is the moral value of Panji? So I'm going to include Panji as one of the materials in my cross-cultural understanding class. Well, this is very interesting, Lydia. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Buraras. The values, maybe it was a bit too short that I mentioned it, but I just repeat it again. The values of the Panji figure himself, it is this keeping going, never giving up, and always being ready to master hindrances. For example, in yeah, in the story, the Jayakusuma, Panji is separated from his beloved, and she goes to Bali. She menyamar. What is the English word?
Disguising.
Disguising, and many stories are happening until in the end they meet again. So both actually it is both Sekartaji and Panji. Actually, we never should forget Sekartaji. So there are these values that they never give up, and they do it in a simple way. They are not arrogant. Like Panji is also walking and communicating with rural people. There are also stories where he disguises, becomes a simple peasant, like in the very popular and even kind of children's fairy to the Entit story. So many variations. So he presents these values, yeah, which I mentioned, but not only the Panji figure himself, but also the many forms. Yeah, that this gives an example of for people to be creative and create their own versions. So because there's not one Panji story, and that is something what I called the innovation, that people have been trying to find which was the very first Panji story. It is not important. The importance is that Panji himself and also the stories and the ways of presenting the Panji stories, that these have been developing and have been changing all over the centuries, and that also nowadays we can also create our own Panji stories. So this is kind of the value. There are actually even more. There's also spiritual aspect in it. If you will, when you will read my book on the cap figures, which also exists in Indonesian language, it is the Menelusuri Figur Bertopi by Gramedia. It was time published by another title, Menelusuri Panji di Candi Candi. So you might find that in Gramedia, or you will find my English version in the PDF. And there I also talk about the spiritual aspects. Maybe that answers your question?
Yeah.
Raras?
Yes. Hopefully that would also has given Bu Raras an idea on how she would use Panji story in her cross-cultural understanding, Bu Lydia. Yeah, I'm very sure of that. All right. Yes. We still have 5 more minutes for question and answer before we move on to the second keynote speaker. Yes. Right. So I'm going to try to check the chat box. So I think there are no more questions, Pulida. So allow me to try to, try to give some kind of conclusion to what Pulida has already presented related to Panji traditions. So if I can try to conclude that Pulida has already also shared information, also some kind of important points on how to preserve and safeguard our cultures, our traditions. So there are some of related to knowledge, and then awareness, and then pride, and then also how we are ready to preserve and safeguard the cultures itself, or the legacy, and then being open-minded to be more creative, and then to some kind of transformations from the tradition itself. And then Lydia also underlined the role of the inside and outside parties, the society itself, the community, and also the government in the efforts of preserving the traditions. that is if I can try to say a few words related to Bu Lydia. And Bu Lydia, do you have something to say also about the presentation?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Him. Yeah, again, what I try to underline, I want to underline again, that it's very important that the local communities take initiative, and I mentioned already many examples, so that it is not only organized by authorities who create programs and invite people from or give inspiration to people. That is very important, but it is very important on the other side that the communities keep going, like Masuda is a very good example, right. Or Bu Tadia. So, or in Blitar, so there have been many examples, and I know that people have been going on also in COVID era. And this is very important, And I'm always happy. In a way, it's a bit strange that me as a stranger have been involved into these Pandi activities. But I just feel because I have been inspired so much, I also give back this inspiration. And by contributing my knowledge and enthusiasm, I just hope that I can help. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Bu Lydia. It is a very big help, and your contribution is going to be very important for Indonesian as one of the efforts to preserve our cultures. All right, thank you very much. That was the presentations from Dr. Lydia Given. Terima kasih banyak, matur nuwun Bu Lydia. Stay safe and stay healthy. Hopefully you are still willing to join our session today. So thank you very much. So let's now move on to our second keynote speaker, Dr. Johnny Hill. So I would like to invite Dr. Johnny Hill to present her presentation. Before we will have a video presentation, or we will watch the video presentations from Dr. Johnny Hill. Allow me to read her curriculum vitae. So Dr. Johnny Lynn Hill, she is now teaching at the University of Szeged, Hungary. So she earned her BSc Elementary Education from Oklahoma Baptist University, and then her MA in English, PhD also in English from Oklahoma State University, Stillwater. She also earned advanced certificate in distance learning from Dallas Baptist University, Dallas. She has been involved in many activities related to language learning. From August 2021 until today. She is now at the University of Szeged, Hungary. She has also been, in Blin Adult Education and Literacy, and then Vita School Surabaya, Indonesia in 2013 to 2018. She was also went to Tsinghua College in Shanghai, China from 2012 to 2013. And then she was also, we were very happy to also have the chance to work with Johnny Hill as a RELO Language Fellows program. And then she has also published so many articles with some other experts. Some of them are with the lecturers from UNESA itself, and said, without further ado, so let's try to invite Dr. Johnny Hill. Before we see video presentation from Bu Johnny Hill, Bu Johnny Hill, would you like to give a forward about your presentation? Bu Johnny Hill, over to you.
Well, as you might recall, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
As you might recall, my presentation is only 20 minutes. So we have extra time for questions. And I also have some questions that I want to ask you. So
Yes.
Probably toward the middle of it, I might send you a survey for you to fill out concerning your, the topic is really about how we've responded to the pandemic and what it's done to our education. So, and particularly to language learning, how it's enhanced it and maybe even how it's challenged us. Okay. I will be asking you some questions as well. If you have any questions, please feel free to write them in chat.
Yes, Jenny. Okay, thank you very much. So I would like to ask the committee to prepare the Puchoni Hills video presentation.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Johnny Hill, currently teaching at the University of Szeged, a former RELO fellow. Today I will be talking about from crisis to opportunity, promoting cultural understanding and equality in online language learning. Where were you when you first realized that the pandemic was more than just maybe the flu or something that was going to be over in a few days? I was on vacation. I was on spring break and taking pictures of flowers. These are bluebonnets from Texas. We were traveling around. I was traveling around with my aunt, just looking at things and enjoying the spring flowers that were coming up. It was during the spring break that the pandemic really started to escalate, and I started to get information from the school that we were going to delay the start of school, because at that time they thought, okay, just 1 week after our vacation, then we'll be able to start again. But then 1 week after the vacation, they said, oh, we're going to have to do something else. So how did your school react to the situation? And I use the word react here because it was something that we had to do almost immediately. It wasn't anything that we could plan for or that we could take into consideration and carefully plan for, but it was, and respond to, but it was a reaction. In my school, the reaction was to put things online. In some schools, it was about closing the school altogether, but my school didn't want to do that. So it was about having to do technology upgrades with the in the classrooms. It was about having to train the teachers to do things online. And it was also about doing online classes. And in fact, the very first thing that we did was put everything online. And I became very quickly acquainted with Zoom and was soon teaching my students using Zoom and learning all of the different bells and whistles that you can use in Zoom for teaching classes. The purpose of this study is to explore the impact of the pandemic on education around the globe from the perspective of teachers and researchers who lived and worked through it. So how I went about doing this was I just consulted 69 articles from 148 authors in 23 countries that talked about what they did in their country in response to the pandemic, what they had to do right away, and how their students and their teachers were responding to the situation. Some of these are most of these are language teachers, predominantly English language teachers, though some are from other languages. And there were also just some general ideas about general education and how people were reacting to the pandemic in other countries and for other schools. So in doing this, there were 3 questions that I asked. First of all, I wanted to know what challenges English teachers faced and how they responded to those challenges. I wanted to know what techniques the language teachers developed during the pandemic. And I also and while I was reading about these techniques in the articles, I was thinking about whether or not they could actually be employed offline when we got back into the physical classroom. The first thing was a challenge. And I chose an ambulance as the challenge because a lot of the articles there was emergency response teaching, or there was triage. So we have all of this vocabulary related to medical terminology. And that's why I've chosen this particular picture. One of the greatest challenges was whether or not the students had access to the internet. And if they had access, did they have the skills that they need to use the internet and to operate computers? The second challenge was about teachers' development. Were they able to take take the information that they were teaching into their students and put it online in a way that the students would understand it and would be able to engage with the information? It's also about student engagement, because whenever you're teaching languages, really your classroom needs to have a lot of opportunities for the students to practice the language, a lot of opportunities for the students to use the language with each other and to interact with each other. And one of the fourth challenges that students faced was anxiety. Anxiety about, is the COVID going to get me? Is the COVID going to get my family? I mean, so is it going to affect my community? So all of these kinds of things also contributed to the students' ability to perform in their language classes, and were challenges that the teachers had to consider whenever they were developing lessons for teaching online. Some of the techniques that they used were telecollaboration. So we saw a lot of people using PowerPoint slides or Google Slides or Google Docs, Google Sheets. So different ways of collaborating online, creating documents together online. Another word that I learned while I was doing the research was about tandem language learning. Back when I've actually done this, I just call it a language partner. So with the internet, it's actually easier to set it up online so that students can communicate with people, with native speakers of the language that they want to study. And so the internet opened this up opened up education so that teachers could do that, and opened it up for students and even other adults that aren't students to learn a language by reaching out to people in other countries who spoke the language that they wanted to learn. In Indonesia, there was one of the authors who said that she had been using literary circles and literature circles, and then whenever the pandemic hit and the students couldn't meet together, then they started to meet on WhatsApp. And this was actually a common theme that I even saw from some of the teachers in Texas, suggesting that, okay, our students, particularly our ESL students, a lot of them use WhatsApp. And so this is an easy tool for us to use that they can adapt to very quickly, and we can give them their assignments using WhatsApp, and they can respond to us on WhatsApp. There was Zoom or WebEx, or there were lots of different video conferencing tools that really became prominent during the pandemic with education. Zoom opened up so that teachers could have unlimited access generally it was 40 minutes access, but then they allowed their free version for teachers to have longer times that teachers could actually meet with the students. There was also Teams from Microsoft Teams, which was developed, and some of the teachers also used that one. There were some French teachers that actually had their students create their own games to learn the language. There was also a lot of different game apps that came on, particularly Kahoot and Quizzes, and a lot of different apps for teachers to make games to help their students to learn the new language. So the question is, now that we're going back to the physical classroom, how many of these can we actually still do? I mean, we can still obviously do Zoom, though perhaps not so much anymore. We can still use the games that we've designed in the classroom. We can still use WhatsApp as communication with our students. We can still use all of the Google Suite for telecollaboration. John Hattie, and Professor Emeritus of University of Melbourne, said that the greatest tragedy to come from COVID-related distance learning would be not learning from this experience to improve our teaching when we return to the classroom. So our question here is, how is it that our teaching has improved during the pandemic while we were forced to go online? And how can we extend this opportunity to perhaps introduce some of the techniques that we learned while we were online in the offline classroom? In doing that, there are a couple things that we need to consider. First of all, we need to consider equality, because even though many students have had a crash course in learning how to use the computer or get on the internet and learning Zoom and telecollaborating and with video conferencing, although they've learned this, we still don't have equal access to that. Students in remote villages may not have a good internet connection. Even students living in America may not have access. If they live in remote areas, they don't have the access to the internet to be able to learn as efficiently as those who would who live in the cities and have proficiency in using the computer. The second consideration that we can have is the impact that using the internet can have in opening up our understanding of cultures and our opportunities to interact with other cultures. There are several articles that I read that talked about culture and exchanges and having students collaborate with each other using the different tools that they had, or setting up websites and communicating with each other. And this is something that opens up language learning, so the internet can really open up language learning to the students in a way that remaining in the physical classroom just with a teacher and not using any of these technological tools can do. So if we want to give access to our students, allow them to access cultures and to develop a cultural understanding as well as learn the language, then the internet actually facilitates that to a much greater extent than we could ever do on our own in the classroom. So the final question is, where are you now? What have you learned in the last 18 months or the last 2 years about online education, about using technology to teach language? What is it that you've used that you can introduce to the classroom, or that you have introduced to your classroom and that you were doing last year at this time, and you can do it now, and you can enhance your teaching with your students by using the technological tools that you learned during the pandemic? Thank you for your attention. I look forward to any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Bu Johnny Hill, for the pre-video presentations. Now we are moving on to these question and answer sessions. So Bu Johnny also has already sent you the forms for you to fill. Please kindly fill the forms, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, let's check the questions. Yeah, there was a comment from Bu Lydia. So she stated that I consider the international Zoom meetings just like this meeting today as a very precious medium to communicate and on an international level and to continue the contacts on academic and personal level. Yes, I think that is true too. And there was also a question from Bu Raras, Bu Joni. How can we improve student engagement in online classes? So she would like to have some tips from you, Bu Joni. Yes, Johnny. You are still muted. No? Yes.
Okay, am I unmuted now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
From the other place. I too have noticed that when my students are online, sometimes engagement can be challenging. So some of the things that I've done to maybe to keep them engaged in class is to give them Google Forms that they can fill out, give them polls and ask them questions, because generally, I don't know if you're familiar with Mentimeter, but sometimes that can be very exciting in class to use. And it's also helpful to getting to the students involved in the class. Also on Zoom, I figured out how to use the breakout room. So I would send my students to the breakout rooms and give them that they could ask each other. And so we could get them engaged and involved in smaller groups even while they were online. And I also, actually at the very beginning, I asked my students to please turn on their computer or turn on their video so that we could see. But I soon abandoned that because some of my students were really struggling with bandwidth issues. So they might drop off the call, and I wanted to have it so that everybody could have access. So what I did is I asked them to write their questions in chat, or to be ready to answer questions whenever I asked them, so that I could tell that they were still participating.
Yes, so the key is how to keep the students engaged in any forms. Yeah, Puchani. Yeah, maybe the next very intriguing question is, I don't know. So some teachers are asking about how to assess their students with this online learning. So assessing students, measuring their abilities. So it's kind of very challenging. What do you think, Charlie? So while waiting for the questions from the participants.
Well, I mean, some of the challenges that we have are challenges that we also have in the classroom. And in terms of assessment, you have informal assessment that you can do, and then you have so formal and informal. Now with the formal, our challenges, we have to make sure that the students are not cheating, that their students aren't looking up things while they're taking the test. And actually, when I was at Blinn, I did a lot of testing, and we used to actually, probably in about May of last year, there were several different test vendors that were scrambling to try to find out how to keep things online. And so in those situations, the students did have to keep their videos on, and so that I could watch them while they were taking the test. The other way that you can figure out that it's your student that's really answering the question is when you're talking to them, and you can do the informal assessment while you're talking to them to see if they're understanding the lessons, or if they're able to apply the vocabulary or the concepts that you've been discussing with them.
Yes, great, thank you, Johnny. Okay. Yes, so I was also interested in your presentation related to the teachers' professional development, related to how they are able, I mean, the teachers are able to keep updating with this challenge in, what do you call that? Knowing on how to use those technology in the teaching online, because as you know, and you have also might still remember when you were here in Indonesia for so many years, and then knowing our teachers, professional development, and so on and so forth. So what do you think is the key for the teachers to be able to survive during the pandemic? I mean, teachers from the urban areas and also teachers in suburban areas, so they are not being left behind with their fellow teachers from different areas in Indonesia, especially.
So are we talking about those that have access to the internet?
Yes, more or less.
There's, what I saw in America was that, well, in Texas, they had they stepped up their game because we already had online kind of trainings that we had to do. And so they just incorporated more there. And I found that they became more engaging because their former ones were kind of boring. It was just sort of you watch this video of somebody talking and then you answered some questions about it and then that was it. But then they got to have more interactive ones later on. And two, I noticed that some of the professional organizations that I've been a part of, so like Axful and TESOL, they now have trainings and different kinds of things that you can do. They have like informal workshops that they have online so that you can sign up for those. They're kind of expensive, but if we as administrators or as professional developers, if we could somehow make something that would be accessible to these teachers, and maybe have a conference like this, setting up a conference like this for them, where they have that forum to really talk about the kinds of issues and and brainstorm together how we can address those. I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, it is. That is the biggest challenge that we have here in Indonesia, knowing that you also inform about that even in America, there are still somehow difficult access for students not related to, you also mentioned about the students are struggling with the internet connections, bandwidth and everything. We also have it here. If I'm not mistaken, UNESA also has the program, or Indonesian Ministry of Education and Culture also has program of Kampus Mengajar, if I'm not mistaken, sending students from our campus to teach at the areas where internet connections are inaccessible. So they still have to do the offline meetings. So by sending all those students to do the Kampus Mengajar, I think that's what we have here now, actually. Johnny, that's the idea, right? Yes, participants. So, okay, there you go, this one. Let me, oh, this is another questions from Puridia given. Right, you highlighted the point to apply the newly created and practiced ways during the COVID period in the future and integrate them into teaching practices. So I'm interested to see the list of the articles of research on COVID era teaching practice. Oh, right. So she would maybe personally contact you after this, Dr. Johnny.
She did, or the article that I wrote. You can look at the references on that. That has a lot.
All right.
I have others as well while I was just sort of reviewing for this presentation last night. I saw some other articles that I hadn't even addressed in the article that I wrote.
Okay, right.
I mean, some of them I've presented here. So some of the big ideas, that is using using video conferencing, using the tandem language partners, the idea about using WhatsApp for doing your literature circles. Those are some of and there are actually quite a few of them that I saw from Indonesia, articles from Indonesia and how the Indonesian teachers were responding to the pandemic and responding to this mode of teaching.
Right. Yes. Okay. Right. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, the participants, so we still have quite enough time for you to ask questions to Dr. Johnny Hill related to her presentations. So as you might also have heard, Dr. Johnny, that we are now stepping to the, trying to have this school offline. So our campus is also trying to, try to do the offline learning, and so try to apply the hybrid learning. So this is also a new, new thing that we will have here in our campus. So we tried to do that. Some schools have already also tried to invite the students back to their schools with a very limited numbers of the students, and then also based on their numbers per odd and even numbers, and then try to make them schedules from different days in a week. So that's what we are trying to have here. But some other experts said that it might be also a need to be considered on considering whether the schools are ready with the offline learning, or they can still keep their online learning or something like that. So do you also keep up with that news from Indonesia related to our latest news in teaching and learning here in Indonesia, Dr. Jani?
Yes, I do. I have friends from Vida School that I'm still in contact with. And I hear from time to time what they're doing.
Nice. Very interesting.
There are a reduced number of students in the class, but they still have some that's offline and some that's online.
Great. Yes. All right. You said earlier that you have questions. Is that also included in your form?
Yeah, that's all in the
okay.
form, and it looks like I have 9 responses.
Okay.
Well, no, I have 13 responses.
Oh, that's good. All right. Yeah. So, yes, please, ladies and gentlemen, participants who are all invited to fill out the forms for Bu Joni to try to get informations related to what her presentations today.
And so far, what the statistics say, or according to my survey, I asked how many people are where is their classroom, and it looks like more than 3/4 of our participants are still online. There are 15% that are doing both, and it looks like a very small percentage, maybe 10%, is actually in the classroom right now.
Okay. Right. Interesting. Yeah, the lecturers also asked from the rectorates on the preference for the rectors to have whether to have the online or the offline learning. So the students also are to send some kind of surveys of asking them whether they would like to have the online or the offline learning for this semester or the next semesters. So many of the students are answering they would like to have the offline learning, but still most of the students are still asking about the opportunity or the possibilities of still having the online learning. So because of their anxiety or their worries with this pandemic, and then so on and so forth, they haven't been vaccinated or something, those kinds of things. Right. Yes.
Well, my classes are actually in person now here in Hungary.
Oh, okay.
In fact, the rector of the school has said that if you're in Hungary, you need to be in the classroom. So there's,
all right.
I've heard it expressed from many of my students, particularly at the beginning of the semester, that they really appreciated being face to face. I mean, there were some benefits of learning online, but they just feel like they can do better if they're in the classroom.
I see. Right. Oh, yes, there is another question, Bu Joni. So from Bu Aulia Asfahaninisma. So as a student majoring in English who is conducting observations, conduct case studies. So of course, we need to observe and sometimes need to interview teachers in compiling the data. So what media is suitable for us in collecting data in this pandemic era?
If you're doing surveys, I think the Google Forms is probably the best. There's also SurveyMonkey, which I've also used that one, but I just find that Google Forms is the easiest to do. If you're doing, if you wanted to do live interviews, then I suppose just applying the same kinds of concepts we did for teaching. So use Zoom, use Google Meet, use WhatsApp for your conversations with the people that are with the people you want to interview.
Mm-hmm. Yes, right. Okay, there you go. So that was the answer to Aulia. Yes. Yes. There was also a question from my student, Johnny, related with this data gathering. So they would like to do some kind of research on the quantitative research, using quantitative research methods and applying through experimental design. So then I asked them, I asked him and to consider about the possibilities whether the school that they are going to research have already applied the offline study, whether there are possibilities to do that kind of research design and everything. So I need them to reconsider about the methods and the design that they are going to use for their research. So yeah. Right. So I was also interested in your statement about in Hungary that you have now a face-to-face meeting with the students. Is that in a full, what do you call that? All the students in one classroom, or Hungary also apply the percentage of on how many students can join the class?
Yeah. So we have social distancing. We don't have to wear masks, but we do have to. They do have the number of students in a room so that it's possible for them to sit 6 feet apart or 2 meters apart.
Oh, I see.
But the students don't follow that. They still want to sit all together, but we have a smaller, even though they don't need to. So my class size is about, well, the largest class I have is 15 students.
Ah, okay, that's better. Yeah. Yeah, what we have here is if we have a smaller class, let's say about 20 to 25 students, the campus asked us to have 25% of that class to be able to join the offline class, but the rest of the class will join through Zoom by using the hybrid learning methods or approach.
So are you teaching synchronously online at the same time that you're teaching in class?
Yes, right. It's quite
challenging. They did that at Blend too. It was kind of I'm not sure that it's really an effective way of doing.
It is now. We are still trying to find the right techniques of putting the cameras and how the students at home can still follow our teaching here in the classrooms and so on and so forth all together.
Actually, what I did here, because the first part of the semester, I had some foreign students who didn't have their visas to Hungary yet. I did have distance learning with them. And the one that actually stuck with me, I took my phone to class and I had her join with one. I gave the students the phone. I said, okay, you guys are partners today, so you can work together on things. And it worked somewhat. I think it could have been better, but
that was good enough, right?
Yeah, it's better than trying to get all the cameras in different places. I mean, it helps with the interaction too, because I mean, you have if you're doing it on Zoom and you have the camera in the classroom, it just. I mean, at Blinn, they even had a camera, not in our classrooms, but in the main campus, that would follow around the room. But still, the students that are on Zoom could turn off their camera and their breakfast, take a nap, and not really participate in class.
I know, yeah, there was another challenge that we have to make sure that the students follow our class and then to follow the lectures or the lessons itself, right? Yes. Okay. Let's see if we still have another question. So not yet, right? Okay, let's all participants. we still have quite some times for our discussion with Dr. Johnny Hill. So her experience in Indonesia is going to be very helpful for us to learn more about her experience in teaching and learning language and everything, especially during the pandemic. Yes. Oh yes, Bu Lisetio.
About e-learning in SAGED.
Yes.
Actually, I still have my students do even though I have face-to-face students, I have them do their homework online. Even in class, I use the Google Forms for their quizzes. And I find it a lot easier to mark the quizzes after I've used Google Forms for that.
Google Forms.
I'm still using, what else do I do with that? I ask the students to, I have a grammar class that I'm teaching, and I ask the students to go online and do their own research for different websites about grammar. And I've gone through and I've vetted those sites and given them feedback about these are the best sites to use. I started a blog this year for my students. I was hoping that they might comment on it and ask their questions on the blog, but they haven't. So I'm not really quite sure that that's been real successful. But also quizzes. I don't know if you're familiar with that or not. It's an app online where you can create your quizzes for the students. And they're kind of fun. You can also look through the site, and there are quizzes that other teachers have made that you can use. My students really like those. I've also YouTube. I've used a lot of YouTube videos and started incorporating those into my class as well. So I've incorporated a lot of things that I learned during the pandemic into the class now.
Right. Yes, thank you, Bu Joni. There is also another question from Bu Lydia. Bu Joni, is a very interesting question.
Do I have any connection to academic to Indonesia? Actually, I have many personal connections.
Right.
And I don't know if you consider this an academic connection that I'm. I actually with Butiwi and I have been communicating and doing several things online in terms of academic collaboration. And then I have teachers that I was with at Vita School, some of the other employees at Vita School, some of the members of the church that I went to, and I still maintain quite a few connections with Indonesia.
Yeah, so who knows that maybe someday both of Bu Joni and Bu Lydia can somehow meet together here in Indonesia when everything is getting better. So when everything is getting, what is it? So everyone can visit Indonesia again. Right. Yes, that would be very fun. Yes. Thank you, Bu Joni. Yes. What is it? And there is also something that I was very interested in your presentation about the equality and what is this the next one? What was that again, Bu Joni?
Culture.
Yeah, the culture. So yeah, I was interested in your topic about the culture and on how culture also can, what is it, impact on the teachers' ways of teaching, and then how they can, what is it, what do you call that? Understand the ways they are teaching now and everything. Your questions related, where were you, where are you now, and what have you done so far for the last 2 years related to the pandemic? Have we learned something about the pandemic? Or when I see your presentation, you are still seeing the positive ways of how teachers can learn something. While I'm seeing in the other way around, which is not all the teachers are actually getting something from the pandemic. So that was my question. So what do you think about that? Do you see these things that there are actually, yes, whether we like it or not, yes, there are some teachers still struggling with the difficulties. That's why they are somehow, well, I cannot, although I do not learn anything from what happens during the pandemic, because this is what happened to my younger daughter. She is still in the 3rd grade of elementary school when the pandemic struck at the first time. So her elementary school teacher still seems that doesn't get enough information on how to make use of the online learning. So she only posts the assignments to the students, and that's it. There is almost never have this kind of what you call a video conference with the students and everything. So that's what I think. That's what happened. And then but interestingly, in the 4th grade now, she has a better teacher with a better understanding on how to use MS Teams, Microsoft Teams. She's a very good elementary school teacher. I was very happy to know that. Right. Yes.
I think a lot of it has to do with the teacher, but I mean, there's still an opportunity in having your child at home with you at that particular age level, because you had all this time that you could bond with her. You had a lot of time that you could have spent with her, and taking on some of the responsibility for educating her. I mean, you know how to read,
right,
how to do math at a 3rd grade level, I would hope. So you had the opportunity where you could actually help her learn and teach her. And I mean, so the teacher was sending the assignments that you can use it as a guideline for what the, what content areas your daughter needed to learn. So there was an opportunity there. And that's what actually in the States too, I noticed quite a bit on the news talking about one of the benefits of the quarantine and the lockdown has been that we've had a lot more time with our families, and we've had time to connections with our children or with our parents that we wouldn't have had before.
Yeah, it's just like a blessing in disguise with this difficult times. So, right. Yes, Dr. Johnny here. Thank you very much for the informations. Yes, anyone would like to post a question or raise your hand to ask questions to Dr. Johnny Hill? We still have 5 more minutes, if I'm not mistaken. There you go, this one from Puvityastuti, Pujoni. So how far does the inevitable tragedy posed by a pandemic have impact in affective aspect?
I think that's in how you approach it. So if you approach it as anxiety, and one of the researchers that I looked at, it was all about, students committing suicide or this very dark kind of approach to it, being worried about financial matters, being worried about whether their family is going to get COVID, and so that can be very disruptive to the learning process. It can also be very disruptive to the learning process. What I've noticed from the students now that are in class, this kind of loneliness that they felt because they were disconnected from their friends. And I mean, there were some cases that I've heard about where it probably wasn't the best thing for them to be at home to bond with their parents because their parents were a little bit unstable too. So for students that school is their refuge or their way of escaping difficult circumstances at home, it probably wasn't the best situation for them. But for others of us who can see the opportunities that were given to us for bonding, for growing closer to our loved ones, for learning how to use technology, I mean, because that's actually given you an independence in learning, because there's a lot of stuff on the internet just guide our students to know how to choose what's reliable and what's good information for them to look at. So they now have time, and there's all kinds of resources that they can use on the internet that can help them through this period. So yes, there are times that affect, there is quite an influence on the affective domain, but it's really in the way that you approach it. So if you approach it in good humor, then, and you can see the benefits of it, then you're going to turn the crisis into an opportunity. If you look at it as, oh, this is horrible, and when are we going to get over this, or when are we going to be able to go back and do things, and when is our life going to get back to how it was 2 years ago, then that kind of mindset is going to set you back in terms of what you can learn.
Yes, great. Very nice, Johnny. So there is also one more question. I think this is the last question for our session, Johnny. So from Pak Dani, what is the form of collaborative learning laboratory in online learning?
You have discussion boards. You have, so if you wanted to do asynchronous kind of learning, the discussion boards. Do you have a learning management system? Do you use something like, actually here we use QSpace, but there's also Moodle or Blackboard. Do you have something like that?
Yes, I think our campus has that kind of LMS, we call it as Finesa.
So there's a lot of stuff on there to set up asynchronous kinds of activities. You could also use Google Docs, Google Slides for having collaborate, and I have used Google Slides as well. And there's also, I don't know if you're familiar with Jamboard, where you can just make post-it notes, and you share in discussing different things. I like the PowerPoint better because you pictures and illustrations, and you copy and paste different things onto your slide presentation and give you a lot broader media. And that you can also do for synchronous as well as asynchronous kinds of collaborative activities.
Yeah, that was very interesting, Johnny. The key is how we are going to become a resourceful teachers and creative teachers, and then open to any new information about how to use those technologies to help us in the teaching and learning activities in our classrooms. Great. This has been a very interesting discussion with Johnny Hill, and thank you very much for the opportunity to meet you again on the screen. So hopefully someday we will be able to meet you face to face, just like we have had with our previous experiences. Thank you very much once again, Bu Johnny Hill, for this very valuable insights and experience. Thank you very much, Bu Johnny. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Terima kasih. Okay, there you go. Sami-sami, Bu. Okay, there you go, ladies and gentlemen, our sessions with the keynote speakers. Two keynote speakers, a very insightful and valuable information for all of us that we have today. So now I'm going to give back the activities to the MC, to Pak Sued. Over to you, Pak Sued.
Enggak, Pak Soeb nggak bisa. Pak Soeb nggak bisa. Excuse me, Pak Himawan.
Yes, Pak Asrori.
Seems that Pak Soeb cannot join anymore. So right now, you can close the session, and also the participants can wait for the next session for 10 minutes. For
the roundtable script. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Asrori. So ladies and gentlemen, so it seems that we are going to continue with our activities in the roundtable activities. So we will take a break for about 15 minutes, Pak Asrori.
minutes.
Yes. Yeah, for 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you very much for the participations, for all the participants for the plenary sessions. So the committee will set the rooms for all the presenters in the roundtable activities. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Thank you.
So dear participants, while waiting for while having the break for 10 minutes, the breakout room has been opened. So you can go to the room as your session and also the number you have. And we will continue the breakout session room in next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Asroy, I think you're muted.
Yeah. Ibu Lydia and Ibu Joni, thank you for joining us today. Terima kasih Ibu Lydia dan Ibu Joni. Next we are going to have the breakout session. If you want to still be here and join us, you can go to the breakout room. Kalau Ibu Lydia dan Ibu Joni mau meninggalkan Zoom. So you may leave, yeah. Thank you very much for your experience.
Do I need to come back later?
Yes, Bu Joni?
Do I need to come back later, or am I finished today?
Your session has finished, but if you still want to join the session, you can stay here and also go to the breakout room. But if no, then you may leave the Zoom.
Okay. What's in the breakout section? What are the topics of the breakout sessions?
This going to be different because each participant will be in the breakout session as written down in the program book. You get the program book, Ibu Joni, so you can see the topics of each breakout room.
I don't think I got a program book.
Wait. Okay, perhaps the committee can share their program book through chat box, so everybody here can also can see the topics of each breakout room of the second session of the panel.
Pak Astroni, sorry. Can you put me, because I access it using my phone and cannot see the pre-record room, can you put me in the room 6 now? In the room 6, please?
Room 6.
6, yeah.
Okay, we'll do.
Okay.
Room 6. Selamat. Dear Bapak Ibu, the participants, the parallel session is going to be started. For those, you should be in the breakout room. Please go to the breakout room. I still see some of you that you have to present on the parallel session are still in the main room. So please go to the breakout room soon, and the parallel session is going to be started soon. Thank you. Bapak Ibu yang masih ada di main room, silahkan menuju ke breakout room karena sesi paralel untuk sesi kedua akan segera dimulai.
Selamat siang Pak Asrori.
Nggih, Pak Subianto, pripun?
Ya, sudah. Nanti saya maju jam berapa ya Bapak ini, Mas? Mohon maaf.
Panjenengan ada di ruang berapa, Bapak? Harusnya?
Di room 4 ya Bapak ya?
Room 4, monggo sudah memilih di room 4.
Belum Bapak?
Monggo silakan Bapak memilih di itu yang di kotak-kotak bawah itu panjenengan pilih di room 4. Nanti panjenengan masuk ke situ.
Yang mana ya Bapak? Mohon maaf ya.
Take out room Bapak pojok kanan bawah.
Saya pakai HP ini Bapak. Mohon maaf ya. Ya.
Sebentar Bapak, kami bantu assign dari sini.
Tinggi.
Pak Subianto, ngapunten.
Iya Bapak, siap.
Bapak, nama panjenengan sudah ada di room 4, Bapaknya ada masalah. Panjenengan coba off dulu nggih. Dulu dari room, nanti panjenengan masuk lagi.
Ya, siap. Matur nuwun Bapak, Pak Asrori. Ya, matur nuwun.
Oke. Jadi ini bahasa Jawa. Pak Subianto. Sudah. Permisi, Pak Harpan. Pak Harpan, apakah panjenengan di sana? Halo? Oke, Pak Arpan. Panjenengan harusnya presentasi di room 1 nggih.
Saya ini di room 1, Pak.
Sekarang panjenengan masih ada di main room.
Oh, gitu.
Oke, saya undangkan di room 1 nggih. Monggo nanti jenengan pencet untuk bisa masuk ke room 1. Ada? Sudah menerima undangannya, Pak? Oke.
Recording stopped.
Ibu Setia? Halo, Ibu Setia? Ibu? Ibu Setia? Halo, Bu Setia? Halo, Bu Setia? Selamat sore Ibu Ekawati Duput. Halo Ibu.
Langsung di depan aja.
Nah, Pak Subianto sampun presentasi. Halo Pak Subianto. Sudah selesai?
Belum Bapak. Ini saya terpental lagi Bapak.
Oh terpental lagi. Saya kembalikan lagi nih Pak.
Iki Bapak. Kalau saya di room ini bisa nggak Pak ya? Pak Asrori? Ya.
Pak Subianto, undangannya sudah saya kirim, panjenengan tinggal pencet. Apa tidak muncul?
Tidak muncul Bapak. Tidak muncul Bapak.
Tadi sudah saya kirimkan di RIS 4, di room 4. Ngapunten nih Bapak, panjenengan medal riyen nggih. Nanti masuk lagi.
Siap.
Oke. Sampun Bapak, monggo diterima. Sudah.